Good morning.
Good morning. Real quick, Emily, just to give you a heads up, I have to jump in and out of the call today because I got some
Okay.
pressing stuff that's going on at my office. But so it's gonna be hard for me to try to keep up on the timer today.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Noted.
I did give Candace a heads up on that a little while ago, but just wanted to make sure you and Missy were aware.
Okay. Thank you. I think maybe we can ask another board member if they would be willing to do the timer.
Okay. So you may see me just kind of pop off. I'll still be listening in. I just gotta take care of the bills.
Excellent.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Are we ready to get started?
Give it one more minute. I know Larry's setting up in council chambers.
Okay.
Is my audio working? Can y'all hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Todd, would you be able to keep time?
Valerie, I was just about to message you about this. Todd is going to need to step off the meeting periodically. So we were wondering if there are any other board members who would be willing to time speakers during the meeting.
Yeah, I can do it.
I can do that.
Was that Matt? Thank you. We can send you
Yeah, happy
the
to.
speaker. Thank you. We can send you the speaker times so you know what to reference. We appreciate it.
Sure.
And just as a quick reminder to board members, you should have received the link for your digital board member binder that has all materials that you might need, like provisos, how to make a motion, etc.
All right, looks like we're ready. Good morning. I would like to call the Monday, January 11th, Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest.
Present.
Todd James.
Present.
Tamara Eggins,
Present.
Jose Alvarez,
Present.
Ramiro Diaz,
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez. Absent. Matt Rufo.
Here.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the December 14th, 2020 meeting?
So moved.
I'm hearing some.
Sorry, I'll second. This is Romero.
Moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz. Roll call vote. Sorry, trying to get to my roll. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez, Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays. Motion carries.
Will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules for adoption?
Yes, special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments hearings held via video conference. Order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading and adoption of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, which includes staff presentation, applicant presentation, and questions from members. Recess for 30 minutes, consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by applicant, questions from members, and voting, followed by adjournment. Presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permits. Presentation by the applicant or the representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment. Rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Form. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. Reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. Seconding a motion. The member seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by the other member. Statement by chair. The chair will restate the motion confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
Alfonso, so moved.
I'll second, Romero.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Diaz to adopt the special hearing rules. Roll call vote. Todd James. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
In accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is now available on the city's Granicus website, as well as on nola.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the 30-minute recess, after which public comments will be read into the record as a part of consideration of dockets. Item number 8, BZA docket 00621 has been automatically deferred to the February 8th, 2021 meeting. The first item is item number 1, BZA docket 066 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Claudia Cope is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Aspen.
BZA docket 6620 is the application that went before the board at the October hearing and also the last December hearing. At the last hearing, the board gave this applicant an additional 30-day deferral to work with staff to remove the parking functionality of the existing non-compliant parking pad to turn the area into a patio. The original request was for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A for minimum permeable open space, Article 11, Section 11.3.B.3, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.8.B.1, permitted vehicle parking locations in the front yard, Article 22, Section 22.11.D.1, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.11.D.2, parking pad design location, and Article 22, Section 22.8C, dimensions of vehicle parking areas, and Article 22, Section 22.8C, dimensions of vehicle parking areas, to permit an after-the-fact non-compliant driveway. The applicants have supplied an updated site plan showing additional concrete removal, which will bring the site into compliance with all requested waivers, as the parking pad will now exist as a patio. The applicants will need to restore the curb cut along Joseph Street and remove non-permeable surfaces to eliminate the open zoning violations of the site. Restoring the curb cut and removing additional concrete should eliminate the 8 originally requested waivers. Staff is recommending a 90-day deferral to ensure the applicants have enough time to work with the Department of Safety and Permits and the Department of Public Works to comply and later withdraw this application when all open violations are closed.
Claudia Cope is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. Yeah, I am Claudia Cope. I'm the owner of 1435 Joseph Street. I would like to thank the board and especially Commissioner James for the solution that was proposed at the last meeting. I was happy to agree to the conditions and everything like that because it would hopefully bring a swift end to this matter and also help to avoid any potential litigation. There is a couple of things though that I would like to mention. During my discussions with Ms. Nero, she asked for the opinion of Mr. Kindle of the Department of Safety and Permits. And he said that he would like me to remove the portion of pavement between the public sidewalk and the curb, in addition to the other requirements that the board has put forth. I was extremely frustrated and aggravated when I saw that because once again, the goalposts have been moved. I thought we had an arrangement, and I went over the YouTube video of this yesterday just to confirm what was actually said in the meeting. And nothing was said about removing a portion of pavement along the curb there. And it was strictly about, mitigating the permeability, making sure everything was in agreement with that, agreeing that I would not park there, and restoring the curb to its historical condition. I was happy about that because it means we can move forward in a timely fashion. So that just to me was like a slap in the face. It was like, where did this come from? Mr. Kindle has been mistaken in other matters regarding this situation when he stated that he thought that the 10-year prescription period would apply. The board determined in the last meeting that indeed the 5-year prescription period applies in our case. I also, so his, I'm not sure if his opinion about the pavement he wants me to remove is correct. I think that should be looked at, and I'm asking perhaps that the board could just grant me, rather than argue over the merits of that situation, perhaps the board could just grant me a variance for that little portion of pavement, because that would fall into the categories, one of the violations already stated that's on the agenda here. The Department of Safety and Permits also in November issued a new violation here. It's 20-22914-park. It's just a repeat of some of the same violations that were already on the initial docket number, the 066 docket number. I need to be assured that this new violation will be annulled, negated, whatever. It's a duplicate already, but I need to be assured that this will be taken care of at the same time as the one that's currently on the docket, because, well, first of all, it's a duplicate, and I don't really know why the Department of Safety and Permits would have recited me for the same things again. I'm uncertain. I'm uncertain about that. And I also am nearing the point in the renovation project where I'm getting close to asking for a final inspection. There's a few trim out things that remain to be done, but certainly it will be earlier than the 3-month deferment suggested. I have the question of, once I satisfy the requirements as agreed to by the board, will I be able to just move forward and be able to get my final inspection on the timing that suits the construction rather than the 3-month deferment period that's been suggested here? I think I'll just leave it at that for now. That's opened up a lot of things for questions and everything. I appreciate your consideration, and it would be really nice if we could just take care of this all today, and with the agreement that I have to meet the requirements as we laid out on the last meeting. The plans that I've submitted to Ms. Nero have met the requirements of the board and the planning staff. I can agree to meet all those requirements. And
Ms. Cope, please bring your comments to it.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm sorry. That's all. Thank you for your careful consideration. Yes.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff on some of the points that Ms. Cope brought up in terms of the paving question. Is I know that one of the variances includes a percentage related to paving. So was that additional paving amount, and just to clarify, we're talking about paving from the sidewalk going towards the street. Is that correct, Ms. Cope?
That's what Mr. Kindle brought up, yes.
So question to staff, is that included in the calculations on the variances that were listed on the?
No, because we're only looking at what's in the property, like what's on the property line. So that's something that might be in like the city code. So it does not show up in the CZO. It might just be something that like DPW or safety departments requires. If the street's designed like that, it's not something that would show up in the CZO.
Okay, and if it is something that's required, do we have anything that would show that it would be required that this be removed?
I think that's coming back to what Aspen's speaking to. It's when we talk about reestablishing the curb condition, that's an extension of the right of way. And more often than not, and so Ms. Cope, for your benefit, when that type of request is coming from staff, and this is not BZA staff, I should say from safety and permits, in that case, that's what Mr. Kindle is likely speaking from. That's in order to reestablish the right of way. So if it's I'm not sure how big of a concrete strip you're talking about from the edge of the required sidewalk to the backside of the curb, that actually helps to deal with stormwater retention as well. So a lot of that does fall consequential to reestablishment of the curb profile.
Okay, so removal of the pavement and replacing it with, say, mulch or something like that would be something that's permeable. Is that what the goal is?
That would have to come from DPW or from Parks and Parkways, unfortunately, not from us as a body.
Okay.
But if in a professional capacity, yeah, but we're not in a position to state it one way or another.
Okay.
And that was kind of what I was getting at. I didn't know if it was clear what the specifics were, so I just didn't know if that was something that could be communicated. I mean, I would just be hesitant to go forward if we don't know all of the details of what that removal is going to require. So I don't know, Ms. Nero, if there's something that can just further explain for Ms. Cope what the requirements are for that removal.
So
I know that the request is for a 90-day deferral until all of the conditions are returned, but it just may need to be explained for that additional piece from safety and permits or DPW, whomever may be requiring it.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of why we'd said the 90-day deferral, because it's time to meet with those departments so that like Ms. Cope can meet with DPW, can meet with safety and permits and figure out what needs to happen. We gave the 90-day deferral in case something comes up to where there is a CZO violation. This can come back without them withdrawing, and we can address that in another 9-point criteria if need be.
Okay.
And may I speak?
Yes, Ms. Cope.
Okay. Okay. So if I need to remove the pavement there and replace it with something permeable to, ensure a good water retention, stormwater retention, and I work through all of this in a shorter period of time than those 90 days, will I be able to bring this matter to a close without having to go to another meeting, and will we be able to get rid of all the outstanding violations and put an end to this for once?
If everything is able to come into compliance before the 90 days, you would just need to withdraw your application if everything is sufficient. And staff, I'm assuming that, to your point, there will be some meetings between now and then. So assuming all of that is done, is that the only requirement, to just withdraw the application, staff?
Okay, and do I have the assurance that this won't come back and be resurrected in some other form? Because that's what I'm dealing with right now, is something, that was old, that was closed according to the city records, and now I have to deal with it again.
I can't, I mean, as the BZA, we can't speak to the specific violations that may have come subsequent. I know you referenced an additional one. What's coming before us is a variance request. So if there are issues with any violations or citations, that may need to be followed up directly with safety and permits. but what we're addressing is the actual variance. So if the conditions are brought back into compliance prior to that 90 days and you withdraw your application, that's the end of the matter for BZA. In terms of safety and permits, that would require some follow-up with them to ensure that all of those violations have been resolved.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, next item.
All right, we will now begin with the unfinished business for appeals. The next item is BZA docket 085-20 for a property located at 631 Broadway Street. Katie Stewart is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. BZA 085-20 is an appeal of the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits, the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the factual determination of bedroom count for the purpose of applying the newly created University Area Off-Street Parking IZD regarding permit number 201972RNVN. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Good morning, board members. I'm going to read our presentation. I'm going to refresh your memory on what we talked about at the last meeting, and then we'll also go through our addition to the summary report. Department of Safety and Permits issued a structural renovation permit, hereinafter we'll just call it the permit, for the property located at 631 Broadway Street, which we'll just call the property. Subsequently, Keith Hardy, a neighbor, filed a request for a zoning verification regarding the number of bedrooms existing on the property at the time the property was sold to the applicant. The department reviewed information provided by both the requester and the applicant and determined that it could not verify that the dwelling had more than 7 bedrooms at the time of purchase based on the available information. A stop work order was issued by the department pending the submission of revised plans showing either 1, a reduction in the number of proposed bedrooms from 12 to 7, or 2, the provision of an additional parking spot for each bedroom over 7. The permit applicant and appellant herein has lodged this appeal of that zoning determination. This zoning interpretation and subsequent appeal presented an issue of first impression to the Department of Safety and Permits, namely how to determine whether a room should be classified as a bedroom in a vacant home for the purposes of the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District, the IZD, adopted March 5th, 2020 as motion M2080. As the IZD does not yet appear on the city's CZO website, we've attached a copy to the Department of Safety and Permits documents for the convenience of all parties. The IZD requires permittees to provide an additional parking space for any increase in the number of bedrooms on a property. The IZD applies to new construction and to, quote, substantial renovations, which are defined differently under the IZD than they are elsewhere in city code. The applicant in this case sought to renovate an existing multifamily property located at 631 Broadway. The project clearly meets the definition of substantial renovation in the IZD, and therefore the IZD applies. The applicant purchased the property prior to the adoption of the IZD, and the property was vacant at the time the IZD passed. The applicant requested that the department provide them with a zoning verification as to what number of bedrooms in the property could be considered pre-existing, with the understanding that each, quote, new bedroom, not included in this count of pre-existing bedrooms, would require the provision of 1 new parking spot on the property. The department viewed evidence submitted by the applicant as well as by neighbors of the property, and the chief zoning official inspected the property personally. Because this was the first interpretation related to the IZD, the department had 2 decisions to make. 1, how the number of bedrooms in a property should be determined by the department, and 2, under that methodology, how many bedrooms were pre-existing at 631 Broadway. After extensive review of supporting materials, the department ultimately respected the dictates in the CZO that whenever these regulations contain an actual, implied, or apparent conflict with other laws and regulations, including an internal conflict within this ordinance, the more restrictive regulation applies, unless otherwise specified. CZO 1.4.g. Interpreting this IZD restrictively and conservatively, the department verified the pre-existing status of only the bedrooms that all parties agreed had been located on the property previously. While the applicant presented evidence that other rooms may or may not have been used as bedrooms, the evidence was not conclusive. The department recognizes that in presenting such evidence, the applicant was at a disadvantage, as the IZD was not in effect when the property was in use, and therefore there was no reason to document the specific use of each room. The policy goals of the IZD notwithstanding, the department frankly admits that determining the number of bedrooms in use in a property at any given time is extremely difficult. There are no defining characteristics of bedrooms absent furnishings in use. While building code requires that bedrooms include a means of egress and a smoke detector, much of the city's pre-existing housing stock was developed before such regulations applied. Many bedrooms include a closet, but many do not. Furthermore, rooms that were constructed to be used as bedrooms may be used otherwise as a study or office, game room, home gym, or any number of other non-bedroom uses. It seems that in any property, the owner must meticulously document the use of each room so that the department can properly require parking for any variance from that documented use. Frequently, by the time a permit application is submitted, the property is no longer being used, so historical documentation would be paramount. In this case, the department was fortunate enough to have evidence provided by both the applicant and by the prior owner as to the number of rooms used as bedrooms on the property. In most cases under this IZD, that will likely not be possible. The neighbors of this property went to lengths to contact the prior owner in another state in order to secure his statement. Many times that will simply not be possible, or accurate records will not exist. After extensive deliberations about this issue, the department determined that in this specific case, where statements regarding the use from both the prior owner and the current applicant exist, the CZO's requirement that the department employ the most restrictive interpretation means that only the bedrooms agreed upon by both parties could be verified as pre-existing. The department believes that each determination under the IZD will be similarly complex and will require a great deal of thought regarding methodology. The department urges the council, if they seek to incorporate the IZD into a permanent part of the CZO, to consider this question and to include clear and objective metrics so that all parties, neighbors, applicants, and the department staff can understand how the number of existing bedrooms will be calculated. In this specific case, the department has sympathy for the applicant. Required by the sudden adoption of the IZD to supply documentation that was not gathered when it was available, the applicant was put at a disadvantage. This project was conceived and financial resources expended by the applicant based on the CZO as it existed prior to the IZD. The IZD, imposed 1 week before applicants submitted their permit application, clearly caught the applicant unawares. The ability of an IZD to immediately become effective is unique among all of the city's other zoning laws, which require public notice and ample time for debate. It is meant to serve as an emergency measure to protect the life, safety, and welfare of the public while new permanent zoning laws are debated and reviewed. Due to its emergency nature, it presents burdens upon permit applicants that do not exist in the traditional process. Until clearer criteria that can be objectively applied by all parties in determining the number of bedrooms in properties covered by the IZD is adopted by the council, the department is bound by the CZO's requirement that the department keep to the most restrictive interpretation of conflicting laws. Reviewing the applicant's appeal, the department acknowledges that the statement it mistakenly believed was a sworn statement was not duly sworn despite being styled as such. The department also appreciates the affidavits provided by the applicant, which provide room for the possibility of the rooms used as bedrooms, but not proof that the rooms were actually used in that manner. Unfortunately, however, in the absence of guidance that allows the department to make a reasoned decision as to probable or legal uses and which restricts us to actual use and to the most restrictive interpretation, the department feels that its hands are tied. As such, the department believes that its interpretation in this matter may be upheld by the board. The following is the updated material we provided for this meeting. After a lengthy discussion during the meeting of December 14th, 2020, this board requested the department provide additional information, including a more detailed description of the stumbling blocks faced by the department in applying this ordinance and potential options for interpretations. The board also requested that the department ensure that all necessary documents were included in the case file, which can be found in the revised Department of Safety and Permits document submissions. Finally, the board asked that Plan Review examine the plans again to see whether that helped to shed light on the question. At the time of the submission of this summary, Plan Review is still undertaking that review. They have since completed that review, and I can give you all the update as soon as I finish reading through this summary. The department's major issue in applying the IZD is determining how an applicant can prove the use of a room prior to a permit under the IZD. The IZD defines a bedroom as an enclosed room designed for and outfitted to be used for sleeping. The CZO does not provide clarity on the definitions of designed or outfitted, so the department has looked to external sources. Building code requires that a bedroom include a smoke detector and at least 2 means of egress. Many realtors use the presence of a closet in a room to determine whether to include it in the home's bedroom count, and some look to the presence of adjacent or ensuite bathroom to aid in that determination. However, it's crucial to note that neither the closet nor bedrooms are requirements. Furthermore, much of the housing stock in New Orleans is historic and does not meet building code standards. It also frequently does not include closets in bedrooms. This leaves the department with a lack of objective required criteria to determine whether a room should be considered to be designed and/or outfitted as a bedroom under the IZD. Subjective criteria are similarly difficult to utilize. Unless the department receives proof of a room's use, presumably including evidence of furnishings and other photographic and testimonial evidence documenting use, there is no concrete way to state definitively what the prior use of the room was. In many cases, proof is simply not available. That is the case here, as only some of the apartments were inhabited at the time the developer purchased the property. The developer also did not know that documentation of the use of the inhabited rooms would be necessary while they were actually inhabited, as the IZD did not exist at that time. The use of a room within a home is naturally fluid. Rooms may change from a bedroom to a study or a home gym or rec room, or any number of other uses and vice versa. Many of us have spare bedrooms in our home which could be outfitted for sleeping but are not. Many of us have rooms in our homes which are outfitted for sleeping through a daybed or sofa bed but are not primarily used as bedrooms, rather used as offices or other non-bedroom living uses. Given these considerations, the department considered the following possible interpretations of what level of proof is required in order to consider a room within a home located in the IZD to be a bedroom for purposes of the IZD. 1, sole reliance on applicant representations. 2, requirement that applicants in the IZD submit photographs evidencing prior use of all rooms in the home and/or submit to a site visit before permitting. Or 3, a determination that any room that can meet the objective criteria set forth above in any way shall be considered a bedroom regardless of actual use, namely the meeting of building code requirements and/or the presence of a closet and/or the presence of an adjacent or ensuite bathroom. Option 3 is by far the most practical. It sets clear guidelines for applicants and neighbors and does not overly tax departmental capacity for increased documentation and site reviews before permitting is possible. The sole factor holding the department back from adopting this interpretation is the CZO's requirement in 1.4.g that the department applied the most restrictive interpretation in the event of conflict. Option 3 is not the most restrictive requirement, as it does not consider actual use of the room or possible subjective factors in determining what is or is not a bedroom. Therefore, the department believes that its hands are tied and that the most restrictive interpretation in this particular case is the one that counts only the bedrooms agreed upon by all parties. In cases other than this specific one, where information has been made available to the department that does not usually exist, application of any standard other than option 3 above could create impractical or absurd consequences. In general, it will be confusing to require the department to always apply the most restrictive reading of the IZD because the required proof may change from case to case. And I'll pull up my email from Mr. Dufour, who made a site visit at the property. He said the grade level basement is 6 foot 8 inches to the bottom of the joist. The existing conditions support the idea that they may have been apartments with bedrooms, but the ceilings would not have been code compliant. All of the bedrooms in the new plan appear to meet the requirements for ceiling height, size, and egress. Mr. Dufour obviously had no historical reference. He visited the site as is. And that concludes our presentation this morning.
Okay. The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for hearing this again. Obviously, this was deferred after much debate last month, and so we're here again to kind of wrap it up, I hope. As Ms. Becknell just, gave the history, I'll kind of condense it a little bit. This multifamily structure historically had 8 units, 8 municipal addresses, 8 meters, etc. It was being used at the time of sale as 5 units, still with 8 full baths, etc. It was sold to my client roughly a month and a half, 2 months before the IZD went into effect. So the issue here is whether the use of all the rooms that existed at that time, all the rooms were in existence, we're just debating what their use was at the time and whether that relates to the use of the prior owner or my clients who had it for over a month in their possession and used some of the rooms. As Ms. Becknell went through, this is a matter of first impression, and that's why we're here. It's to figure out how the IZD is interpreted so that everyone moving forward knows what to look out for and exactly how to comply. Again, I'm saying historically because an interior demo was permitted and allowed. So at the moment, the interior doesn't exist the same way it did at sale and at the time the IZD went into effect. But ultimately, there's a dispute over 5 of the rooms in the house as to whether or not they counted as existing bedrooms or just existing rooms. Historically, our architect has actually gone through and said each one of them met the building code requirements. They were fully enclosed with at least 1 door and 1 window, aka the 2 means of egress. They exceeded the dimensional requirements. They were all fully conditioned, fully enclosed, accessible without walking through rooms. Many of them did have closets, and almost all of them were actually adjacent to a bathroom or ensuite to a bathroom. So that's what we're here for. And I look forward to hearing your thoughts on that, and if you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is BZA docket 00121 for a property located at 2110 Mardi Gras Boulevard. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance in conjunction with Subdivision Docket 6920 to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot depth. Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A requires a minimum lot depth of 90 feet in the HURD1 district. The applicant is providing 87.469 feet of depth for proposed lot 3A and is seeking a waiver of 2.521 feet. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 3 provisos.
Okay, we have Lynette Gordon signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You have 5 minutes to present.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, we did subdivide these 2 lots and it's let's try to do that. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. So yes, we subdivided these 2 lots and we're just asking for the variance. That way we can build 2 single-family residences, and we consider that should be approved due to the fact that the lot is a triangle and clearly doesn't have the ability to meet the minimum requirement. And other than that, I really don't know what to say on this matter.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 002-21 for the property located at 2120 Mardi Gras Boulevard.
This is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.A1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance in conjunction with Subdivision Docket 6920 to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot depth. Article 11, Section 11.3.A1, Table 11-2A requires a minimum lot depth of 90 feet in the HURD1 district. The applicant is providing 38.651 feet of depth for proposed Lot 3B and is seeking a waiver of 51.349 feet. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance, subject to 3 provisos.
Lynette Gordon, you have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, my name is Lynette Gordon, and I'm just here to answer any questions that you guys may have, and it's the same thing as previous. Both of these lots were re-subdivided, which creates a obscure layout of the property, even though we have enough lot area, but it's just the way the lot is shaped that's not allowing us to have enough depth. But as you can see that the houses fit on the site very well, which would still provide them to have, you know, a nice front yard, rear yard, and side yards. Other than that, if you have any other questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, next item.
The next item is item number 5, BZA docket 00321 for a property located at 5500 Chef Mentor Highway. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. We have Jerry Cook signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and Kelly or Joseph.
Good morning. BZA docket 321 is for a property located at 5500 Chef Mentor Highway. This request is for a variance from provisions of Article 23, Section 23.13A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit renovations to an existing food processing plant with recycling containers that are not fully enclosed. Article 23, Section 23.13A requires refuse disposal dumpsters and recycling containers to be fully enclosed on 3 sides by a solid fence, masonry wall, or a principal structure 7 feet in height. The enclosure is to be gated. The applicant is seeking a waiver to allow the refuse and recycling containers to not be enclosed. The staff does believe the request satisfies the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance, and therefore the staff recommends approval of the requested variance. However, the staff needs to clarify that in the report, there was an error made by staff in its analysis regarding the specific request. Despite the application stating that the applicant was requesting to not provide any enclosure for the refuse and recycling containers, the staff mistook and thought that the applicant was seeking a variance to only partially enclose the containers, and therefore stated the partial enclosure request in its analysis met the standards for a variance. The staff maintains its recommendation for approval, however, of the variance as requested by the applicant to not enclose the containers, since the reasoning is the same whether the applicant was to provide partial or no enclosure of the containers. The staff maintains the applicant's site is restricted and the requirement to enclose the containers would result in a hardship. The request is not a convenience that is not enjoyed by surrounding properties and would be detrimental to other properties or the neighborhood. And therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance to provide no enclosures for the refuse and recycling containers subject to one proviso. And I'm sorry, I am not able to turn my video on. I've been disconnected, so I apologize for not being on camera. Thank you.
Is there an applicant signed up to speak, staff?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alexander, I'm sorry, no. Jerry Cook is signed up to speak. He's available. You have 5 minutes to present. Mr. Cook.
you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Jerry Cook. I'm the purchasing manager here for Folgers Coffee. And on behalf of Smuckers, Folgers, and our staff, we'd like to thank you guys for considering this waiver today. The container area that we're discussing, this was a part of our master planning we designed in 2013, and we've been operating in this manner since then. The area has not received any type of negative information or does not cause any threat, is not visible to the public in any form or manner, and we're requesting that we continue to be able to operate in this manner to not disrupt our current operations. The ordinance that was created in 2016, we feel that the ordinance in 2016, we preceded that ordinance with this operation, and any additional changes would definitely cause a hindrance on us and continuing to maintain our operations. This particular property is landlocked by the Industrial Canal, the Danziger Bridge, the I-10, and also France Road. So we basically respectfully request that you guys approve the variance so we can proceed with our planned expansion, which we have planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, next item.
The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 004-21 for a property located at 1123 Barone Street. We have Alexander Adamick signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and following this staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. BZA 004-21 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2, and Article 22, Section 22-4A, Table 22-1, and also Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to develop a multifamily development that would result in insufficient lot area, insufficient rear yard, and insufficient off-street parking. Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2 requires a minimum lot area of 800 square feet per dwelling unit for the MU2 district. The applicant is providing 204.37 square feet per dwelling unit and is seeking a waiver of 595.63 square feet per dwelling unit. Article 15, Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2 also requires a minimum rear yard setback of 20 feet. The applicant is providing 15 feet and 2 1/4 inches and is seeking a waiver of 4 feet 9 3/4 inches. Article 22, Section 22-4A, Table 22-1 requires 1 off-street parking space per dwelling unit, which will result in a total of 20 off-street parking spaces required for the proposed development. The applicant is providing 0 spaces and is seeking a waiver of 20 off-street parking spaces. The staff believes that the requested variances of Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2 for a minimum lot area fails to meet 5 of the 9 criteria of standards of variance for Article 4, Section 4.6 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance would not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. The staff believes that the requested variance of Article 15, Section 15-3A1, Table 15-2, minimum rear yard, fails to meet 6 of the 9 standards of variance for Article 4, Section 4.6 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. So special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges, and the Change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Based on this report, the staff also believes that the variance of Article 22, Section 22-4A, Table 22-1, off-street vehicle parking requirements fails to meet 5 of the 9 criteria of the state's variance of Article 4, Section 4.6 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variances. And Alexander Adamick is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Yes, hi, my name is Alexander Adamick. I am the co-director of Open Architecture New Orleans. This is being undertaken as a pro bono project for the New Orleans Mission. This is a project where we are trying to keep, this is a project where it's going to be transitional housing for women that have undergone a 1-year program through the New Orleans Mission to be able to be reunited with their children that have basically been homeless and have sought help through the mission. The program allows women to kind of leave New Orleans and go to the North Shore for at least a period of 1 year, if not longer. Typically, the mission, from my understanding and meeting with people that have successfully gone through the program, typically the women who are going through this program probably had either addiction issues or potentially trafficked at some point, and so they have kind of either lost touch with their children and families, or have been told that they can't be in touch with their children. And so the goal is to create 20 kind of supportive housing units on the mission's campus, so they can take advantage of the resources that the mission offers to allow these women to basically live here for a period of time, again, until they're comfortable and are able to then so they're able to utilize the support of the mission and then get back on their feet and then move into some sort of supportive long-term housing once they feel comfortable doing that. Okay, so I think that the unique circumstance here that the city staff is failing to recognize is that the mission is a campus, and this building would be adjacent to the existing women's shelter on Barone Street. The building would be, and also it would be adjacent to kind of a community, this like community kinship that they have. And so I think it's really critical, because this mission has limited resources, and this mission is not for profit at all. This mission is helping some of our poorest residents and our most disadvantaged residents. And I think it's critical that we try to work with the mission because of the supportive role that they have for our city and for the citizens of our city that are the most disadvantaged. So I don't think that this is in any way, shape, or form for the profit of the mission. This is really for the profit of the city of New Orleans, that these people are undertaking this mission to help our most disadvantaged. And I would ask that the board here look to that and consider that reason when they consider this application. That again, studies have been done by us that show that really we need these 20 units. That's kind of what we need. And that when we do a tower, one of the people on the team has been doing this. He's a retired architect and has been working on projects like this in California for his entire career. And so he was able to kind of give us some base metrics, and we realized that efficiency really starts coming with 20 units. 5 units isn't really sufficient for the mission's needs, but it's also not a good, efficient way of building this supportive housing as well. Again, we are just kind of trying to move this forward, but we would love to hear any feedback at this point. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members at this time? I Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is BZA docket 00521 for the property located at 1216 Carolick Street. As a reminder, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Again, Alexander Adamick is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Travis or Sabine?
Good morning. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9.3A, Table 9-2 of the CZO to permit the conversion of a single-family residence to a two-family residence with insufficient lot width. The applicant is proposing to convert an existing single-family dwelling into a two-family dwelling. The proposal is compliant with all the bulk and yard regulations of the district, with the exception of the applicable lot width requirement for two-family dwellings, which requires a minimum lot width of 30 feet. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 26-foot 2-inch lot width. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the CZO. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
And so, again, here we are in a historic neighborhood of New Orleans with kind of a unique lot shape where you can see that it's not a squared off lot shape because of the natural, I guess, contours of the roads in this case. We do have the proper amount of lot area for a two-family, so again, it's just kind of this odd shape that's causing this deficiency. And again, this family has been living here for, I think over 10 years. Unfortunately, they had a fire about a little bit over a year ago. And as they're doing this renovation, they looked at the opportunity to potentially add a second unit. And again, we were aware that we had this lot with deficiency, but I think it would be just because there's so many strange lots in this specific neighborhood. And if you look on page 6 of the surveyed area and the petition site, I thought, we had also gone and done kind of our own survey. And I believe that there was, I think there's other buildings that are being noted as single family with deficient lot widths here that are actually two families, in my opinion. But you can see that there are a few two-family residents within the block and within the block across Carolick Street that are actually have the same exact condition that we have because of the strange and unique lot characteristics. They are two families with lot widths that are less than 30 feet, but also, some of those actually don't also have the lot area required for the two families. So they're even more deficient than what we're requesting. And again, that's why I believe that I would just hope that the board would consider this one and allow us to move forward with the two family. And there's a number of two family residences in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, item number 8, BZA docket 00621 for the property located at 1129 North White Street has been automatically deferred to the February 8th, 2021 meeting. We will now begin with new business for safety and permits decision appeals. The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 00721 for a property located at 7612 through 7614 Birth Street. Robert Strain is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. We also have Catherine Stewart signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. Following the safety and permit staff presentation, the applicant and property owner's representative will have 5 minutes each to present. BZA docket 007-21 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 20-21060 RNVS for the structural renovation of an existing two-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Hello, everyone. This is Nick Kindle, Zoning Administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. Can you all hear me okay? All right. So a couple quick things. First off, I've got my dog here, so I apologize in advance when she starts barking. And secondly, with regards to the first item on the agenda, I'm happy to speak to some of the questions the applicant had when that comes back around the other time. So just to give you all a heads up. Okay, so in regards to this matter, this is an appeal relative to 7614 First Street. The applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding building permit 20-21060 RNVS for structural renovations of an existing two-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District. On March 5th, 2020, the applicant applied for a building permit for a structural renovation of a two-family dwelling. The Department of Safety and Permits approved the permit on May 14th, 2020, but the permit was not issued until the applicant paid for the permit fee on September 29th, 2020. The applicant's appeal alleges the permit was issued in error for a number of reasons, including that the permit should have been subject to the University Area Interim Zoning District, the University IZD. The applicant did not apply for a substantial improvement permit. The applicant did not indicate that the structure was built prior to 1978 on the application form, and that the original plans indicated 10 bedrooms and do not comply with the CZO's family definition. The Department of Safety and Permits will address each of these grounds for appeal individually. First is the applicability of the University IZD. On March 5th, 2020, the City Council adopted Motion 2080 to establish the University Area Interim Zoning District. The University IZD requires that any developer who is renovating a structure in the applicable area provide one additional off-street parking space for each additional bedroom created. In this case, there are 4 existing bedrooms and the renovation would have resulted in 8 total bedrooms. So if the University IZD applied, 4 new off-street parking spaces would have been required for the 4-bedroom increase. Despite the applicant's arguments to the contrary, the University IZD does not apply to this renovation because the permit was submitted before the IZD went into effect. In accordance with CZO section 19.3.c.4, IZDs go into effect immediately upon the adoption of the City Council motions. Applications submitted after the adoption of the IZD motion shall not be accepted. However, complete applications submitted prior to the adoption of the IZD motion may be reviewed under the existing regulations. And so the regulations state, upon adoption of City Council motion authorizing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider an amendment to this ordinance to create an interim zoning district or moratorium, all appropriate agencies shall refuse to accept any new applications for permits that are in conflict with the intent and provisions of the proposed interim zoning district or moratorium. However, applications determined to be complete and received prior to the adoption of such motion shall be reviewed and processed under the existing regulations. According to LAMA, the city's permitting database, permit number 20-21060 RNVS was submitted on March 5th, 2020 at 12:11 p.m. The University IZD motion was adopted by City Council at their meeting on the same day. According to the meeting minutes and video, motion M2080 was adopted at the 4-hour, 0-minute, and 30-second mark in the video, and the meeting adjourned at 2:20 p.m., which took place at the 4-hour, 9-minute, 30-second mark in the video. This means that the motion was adopted at approximately 2:10 p.m., which is 2 hours after the permit was submitted. Therefore, the permit was received prior to the adoption of the IZD motion and shall not be subject to the university IZD requirements. The applicant alleges that the IZD should apply to any permit submitted that day. However, there's no jurisdiction or justification in the code for the appellant's argument. A plain reading of the CZO text would be that any complete application submitted prior to March 5th, 2020 at 2:10 p.m. would not be subject to the university IZD, while any permit submitted after March 5th, 2020 at 2:10 p.m. would be subject to the university IZD. The second argument that the appellant made is that the owner failed to apply for a substantial improvement permit. While the Department of Safety and Permits webpage has a page for substantial improvement permit, it's not a separate permit, but a designation for structural or non-structural renovation permits that require compliance with certain requirements such as base flood elevation, stormwater requirements, and certain aspects of the building code. The scope of the work in this permit was a substantial improvement, and the applicant did provide the necessary documents to verify compliance with the requirements of a substantial improvement, such as the required plan set and a benchmark certificate to verify compliance with base flood elevation. In conclusion, there's no requirement for a separate substantial improvement permit, and the applicant provided all the required documents for a permit that is for a substantial improvement of a structure. The third point that the appellant made is that the applicant erroneously indicated that the structure was not built prior to 1978. It does appear that the applicant incorrectly indicated on the application form that the structure was not built prior to 1978. This is important because it gets to providing documentation on lead-based paint. It's not entirely clear that if the lead-based paint removal form should have been completed, or if lead-based paint had already been removed from this location and the form would not be required. However, this is irrelevant for determining if the applicant submitted a complete application prior to the adoption of the university IZD. The Department of Safety and Permits has standards for what constitutes a complete permit application, which for a renovation permit includes a complete application form and the required permit set. The lack of a lead-based paint removal form would not cause an application to be incomplete and therefore not vested under the pre-IZD zoning regulations. It appears that the applicant has submitted all the requirements for a complete application prior to the adoption of the motion for the university IZD. The final argument that the appellant made is that the applicant is hiding a fifth bedroom as a TV room, which would be a violation of the family definition. So the final argument made by the appellant is that the proposed renovation would not be used as a 4-bedroom and a TV room, but as a 5-bedroom dwelling unit, which would violate the definition of a family in the CZO. The initial plan submitted by the applicant indicated that there would be 2 5-bedroom units. Revised plan submitted prior to the issuance of the building permit modified the plan set to provide 2 4-bedroom units, with the 5th bedroom in each unit converted to a TV room. The final plans do provide only 4 bedrooms. While it would be easy to use the TV room as a 5th bedroom, the Department of Safety and Permits cannot assume that the TV room would be used as a 5th bedroom. This is one of the many challenges presented by the university IZD, which limits additional bedrooms or requires additional parking. The Department of Safety and Permits cannot assume that every time there's TV rooms, offices, libraries, media rooms, playrooms, home gyms, or other non-bedrooms, that those rooms would be used as bedrooms. This is especially true as the pandemic has changed the housing needs for many families to include more private non-bedrooms for home offices and gyms. Rather, the Department of Safety and Permits must reasonably rely on the representations of the applicants. Furthermore, the mere presence of a fifth bedroom or more bedrooms does not indicate that the dwelling unit will violate the family definition. While there are many situations where large or multi-generational families will require more than 4 bedrooms. In addition, some households would like to provide a guest bedroom or operate a partial unit residential short-term rental, which could result in a situation where there would be more than 4 bedrooms and the household will still comply with the family definition. And the family definition, for your reference, is an individual or 2 or more persons who are related by blood, marriage, or registered domestic partnership living together and occupying a single housekeeping unit with a single culinary facilities, or a group of not more than 4 persons living together by joint agreement and occupying a single housekeeping unit with single culinary facilities. Notwithstanding the above, domestic servants employed and residing on the premises shall be considered part of the family. So based on the analysis in the report, the department's determination in this matter should be upheld. And that concludes my presentation.
We have Robert Strain signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You'll have 5 minutes to present, after which Catherine Stewart is signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. Robert Strain, you have 5 minutes. Is he on the call?
I'm here. Hold on. Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Strain.
Could I have my video? Okay. My video. Okay, good morning. This is Robert Strain. The DSP agrees that only complete applications filed prior to the adoption of the City Council's IZD motion on March 5th would be exempted from the IZD. The DSP also agrees that an application is only complete when a complete set of stamped architectural plans has been submitted. The DSP, however, has offered no evidence that the developer submitted a complete set of architectural plans on March 5th. Contemporaneous emails from the DSP show that the developer did not file a complete set of architectural plans until April 3rd, 2020. As of early afternoon on April 3rd, the DSP Chief Plan Examiner, Jay Dufour, did not have the developer's architectural plans. Dufour stating at 1:04 p.m. that he does not have any plans for renovation yet in his email to concerned neighbors, and again at 2:43 p.m. to the developer's contractor. Quote, there is a building permit for the property, following up with no plans, copying the architect, unquote. At 4:06 p.m. on April 3rd, the developer's architect, Seth Welty, sent the stamped plans to Jay Dufour, who then forwarded the plans within 10 minutes of the receipt to Nicholas Kindle, the zoning administrator. Nicholas Kindle himself pointed out that the developer provided only 1 sheet in their original application materials. On April 3rd, within a half an hour after he received the plans from Dufour, Kindle wrote to Eleanor Burke regarding HDLC review of the application materials. Quote, you, Burke, had initially made note that this permit 20-21060-RNVS did not need HDLC review based on 1 sheet in their original application materials. They now have provided the full plan set, which shows adding a second floor, so I'm assuming this will trigger your demo review requirement, unquote. At 4:52 p.m. on April 3rd, Kindle forwarded the stamped architectural plans to Obina Okachuwu, the DSP plan reviewer assigned for the project. These emails prove that the developer did not submit a complete set of architectural plans until late afternoon of April 3rd, 2020. The DSP failed to assess whether the application was complete when it examined the project from the IZD parking requirement. Its chief plan examiner, zoning administrator, and the plan examiner assigned to the project, all closely involved with the project, did not have complete set of architectural plans until the earliest on April 3rd, 2020. The DSP cannot show that the application was complete on March 5th. The DSP also erroneously concluded that the application was filed prior to the adoption of the motion, even though it was filed on March 5th, the date when the motion was adopted. Under Louisiana law, the law generally takes effect on the date of enactment unless legislature provides otherwise. It is also well established that in computing the time prescribed by law within which to perform an act, days and not parts thereof are only to be considered. The motion becomes effective on the date of its enactment, March 5th, 2020. The DSP has offered no legal authority to support its conclusion. Had the City Council intended otherwise, the clerk would have been required to note on the face of the motion the date and time it would become effective. The clerk only noted the date of the motion, March 5th, 2020, on its face. The developer did not file its application prior to the adopted motion. I have provided additional supporting documents and legal authority in support of my appeal on January 4th. I hereby incorporate my comments and the attached exhibits submitted on January 4th as part of my presentation today. In conclusion, the City Council created the IZD as an emergency measure to stop rapid destructions of historical properties. The developer's proposed project is a poster child for how doubles to dormitories developments threaten uptown historic neighborhoods. The project is clearly subject to the IZD. DSP's issuance of the permit violates the zoning laws. I respectfully request that the BZA enforce our zoning laws and reverse the DSP's decision. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, is it Swartout? I think I'm
Yes,
pronouncing
it
your
is.
name wrong.
That's okay. Everyone does.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to present now.
Thank you very much. As was just discussed, well, first I'd like to thank the city and the BZA for again taking the time out to hear this. As was discussed, the permits for this particular project were submitted on March 5th, 2020, 2 hours before the IZD went into effect. If we recall back then, that's when the city had their computer issues due to that internal attack. So everything was hand submitted. So there wouldn't be an electronic record of it. That's why it had to be checked in to double check what time it was submitted. So there were plans attached to that with the original submission by hand, which then as a follow-up, they asked for the additional copy because I guess someone hadn't received the physical copy, even though the city had it. As the city properly noted, CZO Article 19.3.C.4 clearly dictates that the IZD does not go into effect until such time that it has been voted on. They went through that. That was 2:10, about 2 hours after this hand copy was delivered for the application. In terms of the second issue, whether or not it was substantial improvement as the city went through, it's the same application for all of them, and then the city makes that designation. The city has already determined that everything was properly submitted. Regarding the lead-based paint, my client's contractor has gone through and checked all the paint on the outside. There's only one coat on that siding, so it appears that in the renovations, perhaps the 2013 renovations, the prior owner had already remediated any lead paint, and there's no paint removal within the scope of this permit, so that's not an issue at all. And then finally, in terms of this allegation of hiding a fifth bedroom, obviously, as we're hearing in the other things, what something's labeled is actually quite important on plans, and right now it's a TV room, but we understand that there's much speculation as to what can or can't be used as a bedroom. So my client is going to remove the windows from each of those rooms in the plans so that it does not fit the definition of a bedroom, regardless of how it's labeled or anything else. There will only be one means of ingress, and that'll be for a TV room. So there's no possible discussion as to future use or sneaking it in, etc. None of that is applicable here. Again, I think the city did a good job of looking into all of this and determining it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members at this time? Seeing none. Next item.
Okay, this concludes the presentation of dockets. The board will now recess for 30 minutes.
Can
And
we,
what time?
sorry, can we do the other two items too, just in case we receive public comment on those?
The other item, the deferred item?
No, the calendar and then the request.
The consideration, yes. So as far as and I think we need to take up the calendar amendment out of order. Is that right, Missy? Since they are amending it after the July meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So if we could have a motion to take this out of order, and this is again an amendment to the 2021 BZA schedule.
Make a motion to take out of order the 2021 calendar.
Rufo, second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Rufo to take item, I think that's number 10, out of order. Roll call vote, Todd James. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
All right, so like we've discussed at the last few meetings, we have been discussing internally an amendment to the BZA rules and the calendar. As you know, BZA meetings are traditionally held on the second Monday of each month, unless there is a holiday. And because of the situation we're currently in with our diminishing staff, the furloughs, et cetera, we have been working out ways to better spread out staff's workload. And the proposal we've come up with is to move the BZA meetings to the third Monday of the month. And that's taking into account when the City Planning Commission meetings are as well. So that would spread out deadlines for staff reports and other tasks. And so what we have proposed is, and we posted this on the Granicus website, you all should have access to that as well. We've proposed, beginning with the March meeting, having meetings on the third Monday of the month. And that would not include December just because of the holidays. So that December meeting would remain on the second Monday, but March through November, we're proposing the third Monday of the month be reserved for the BZA meeting. We've also verified that council chambers is available for those dates in order for us to stream it on public access television, and then, you know, whenever we return to city council chambers for our public meetings. So that is, that's the proposal.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? And we're just hearing it at this point. We're not making any decision until after public comment. Okay.
Correct.
Next item.
All right, let me just, oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Let me just,
oh, go ahead.
Let me pull up our little presentation for this next item. So while I wait for PowerPoint to load, essentially this is a request from our staff to kind of loosen the BZA application requirements a little bit. All right, let me share this. Excuse me. All right. Can you all see this little PowerPoint? Excellent. All right, so right now, the CZO does not set specific rules, specific application requirements. It is sort of left up to the board to determine what they need to see as part of an application. And so what you're seeing on the screen now is the BZA application checklist of what's needed with the applications. What we are discussing right now is to loosen those requirements. You know, we have received a lot of complaints from applicants, specifically when they're requesting variances related to accessory structures, fences, signs. They're asking why they need to submit floor plans for the main structure, why they need to submit architectural elevations for the main structure. And so we wanted to just have a conversation with you all to see if you would be amenable to, I guess, reducing this requirement when applicable. And again, this would be for accessory structures, fences, signs, and other similar requests where it's not related to the main structure. This could also include like front yard parking or general parking pad requests. But we definitely are proposing to leave some language that we reserve the right to request that information. So that's what we're considering. We wanted to get your feedback on that, and if you would be open to that.
Yeah, I think in those type of applications, I would say what the most important part of it is obviously the elevations of the accessories in question, right? But to me, the most important part is the site plan, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know if that falls under the floor plans generally, but a site plan, understanding, you know, the footprint of the existing structure, limits, setbacks, and those kind of things I think are important. But yeah, inside floor plan of the main structure, not necessary. I would think so for those.
Okay, yes, we would definitely retain the requirement for site plan. We certainly understand how important that is in visualizing the whole site. And so this would just be for the floor plans for the interior of the main structure. Obviously, if it's an accessory structure, we would want the floor plans for the accessory structure. And likewise for architectural elevations, that would we would still require them for the accessory structure or the fence, et cetera.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none.
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button. I mean, the only thing I can see being an issue with the elevations and I guess floor plans as well is if there's information about the existing building that somehow relates to the accessory structure. Like, you know, so sometimes there's an alignment or a issue about entrances and things that, I'm not sure how to. I understand the intent here to make it easier. So I guess I'm not really sure how to resolve that, but maybe that comes out during the conversation about the project if there's more information needed about how there's an adjacency.
And certainly our.
Sorry, I was thinking about that case. I can't remember which one it was and but where there was some issues about how the columns were located on a carport and how it ties to the structure. And I think we looked at the main plan of the house and recognized a few things that made it easier. I think it was a Brian Jill project uptown.
Thank you. I can try to look into that one a little bit more. And I think, and you all can let us know your thoughts on this, but I think as staff is reviewing, if our staff finds that additional information is needed, or if it ultimately goes before the board and you find additional information is warranted, we can make the request and defer it So that could alleviate that concern a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, seeing none. Can go back to discussing recess, I think was where we were before this.
Yes. So this does conclude our presentation of dockets. The board will now recess for 30 minutes and return at 12:05 p.m. Consideration of dockets including public comments will begin at 12:05 p.m. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the close of the 30-minute recess. And would the board consider a motion to recess for 30 minutes?
Alfonso, so moved.
Alvarez,
For
seconds.
you.
I think it's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Alvarez to break for recess, returning at 12:05. Roll vote, Todd James, Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yeah.
Matthew Rufo. I'm not hearing your sound, Matthew. I could see you, so. Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We'll be in recess now.
I figure I'd get some input. Okay.
Okay, are we ready to get started?
Yes, looks like we have everybody who we need to have, so let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
I, Todd James, so move.
Tamara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to return from recess. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo, I think your sound is still off, Matthew. And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays. Motion carries. We're back from recess.
Okay. All right, is my microphone? Okay, I'm on. Emily, do we have the public comments yet? I can go ahead and start with one.
I think Larry is still. Okay, Larry just emailed them.
Okay. All right, we will now begin with the unfinished business for variances. Item number 1 is the first item, BZA docket 066-20 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. This is a request for variances to permit a single-family residence with a parking space in the front yard and insufficient stall width, insufficient stall depth, insufficient setback from a lot line, and resulting in insufficient permeable open space. This is an after-the-fact request. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for a 90-day deferral. And I don't believe we have any public comments for item number 1, so there's no need for rebuttal, I'm sorry. And the board can ask questions.
I know we had a couple of questions in the earlier part, but were there any additional questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick question, staff. So I know when the applicant was speaking earlier on this about the option of this being resolved in a shorter time frame. I think the only way that would be done is if everything became moot. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if they work with safety and permits and DPW to restore the curb cut, remove enough pavement for safety and permits to remove the violation, we wouldn't need to see this anymore. So the waivers would be moot essentially, yeah.
Okay.
And board member James, we also have Nick Kindle on the call. He said he would be happy to speak to some of Ms. Cope's concerns and questions too.
If that's necessary, I mean, so I'll just say Ms. Cope, I'm going to just step away for a second. I know that she had some initial concerns, and I think we tried to all address it as board members, and staff tried to address it without Mr. Kindle. Do you have any further concerns beyond what we provided as comments earlier?
No, I just want to make sure that once I complied with all the requirements that I won't have to have this get thrown back at me again.
Gotcha.
You know, that's one of my biggest concerns, and to remove that second violation that was, you know, notice that I got at the end of last year. I will say though, I've talked to my contractor and she's going to start removing the pavement in the side yard either tomorrow or the next day. So we're going to be making progress, you know, as rapidly as we can. I think that I hope that the Department of Safety and Permits is able to move forward in a timely way too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think the only reason why I asked that series of questions was just if we needed to reduce the time frame from 90 to 60, but if the remedy is through rendering this moot, then yes, I would still support the staff's recommendation for the 90.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from board members? Thank you, Mr. Kindle, for being available. I would just ask, I think the applicant may be following up with a series of meetings
per staff's comments. So just whatever coordination can take place during that time to just help to resolve this would be greatly appreciated. Seeing no other questions or comments, proceed with your motion, Commissioner James.
Madam Chair, I, Ty James, move to accept the staff's recommendation for BZA docket number 66-20, requesting a 90-day deferral.
Alfonso, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, with regard to BZA docket 066-20 to defer the matter 90 days. A roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now begin with unfinished business for Director of Safety and Permits Decision Appeals. The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 085-20. It is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the factual determination of bedroom count for the purpose of applying the newly created University Area Off-Street Parking IZD regarding permit number 201972RNBN. And we do have public comments for this item. Just one moment. All right, the first public comment is from Chenlin Leonard at 1414 Audubon Street. I oppose the appeal by Amicus against the DSP decision that Amicus had not submitted sufficient evidence to show that there were more than 7 bedrooms at the time of the sale. Amicus is essentially arguing that the developer gets to decide what to count as existing bedroom when interpreting the University Area IZD by either relaying the affidavits submitted by the developer or its agents according to the developer's understanding, intention, or plans to use the rooms as bedrooms. If Amicus's position was accepted, every developer could claim that it understood, considered, intended, or designed to use any available spaces as bedrooms in similar projects covered by the IZD. Supported by self-serving affidavits readily provided by the owner-developer, its architect and or agent employees, such interpretation would completely undermine the City Council's intent and goal to enact the IZD. I understand some of your comments during the last hearing on this appeal that some appeared to, I'm sorry, got off the screen. Some appeared to be concerned about the impact of the IZD on developers who might not be aware of the IZD. I respectfully remind you that as BZA members, it is your duty to uphold the zoning laws and regulations, not to second guess the wisdom of our elected legislators. The City Council was well aware that the IZD would impact the development projects. In fact, the City Council's explicit goal is to stop the kind of development such as proposed Amicus project from destroying the integrity of our historic neighborhoods. That is really the reason why the City Council adopted the emergency measure to stop this type of harmful, irreversible destruction of our neighborhoods. You swore to uphold the city's zoning laws and regulations when you accepted the appointment. It is your duty to enforce the IZD as adopted by the City Council, not to second guess the choice of our city legislators. I respectfully request you uphold the DSP's reasonable determination based on the immediate prior owner's use of rooms for the purpose of interpreting the IZD. Adopting the developer's position would sabotage the IZD. That's the end of that comment. The next comment is in opposition to this application. Carolette Crapel, 639 Broadway Street. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this case pertaining to 631 Broadway Street. My name is Colette Caprell. We live at 639 Broadway Street, immediately adjacent to the subject property for the past 22 years. My husband and I, our 3 children and 2 dogs, have watched this property and enjoyed previously good relations with the owner and the tenants. We have not minded when they parked in front of our house or around the corner or on the side of the house in a large part because we knew there were 5 to 7 tenants. 631 Broadway at any one, there were only 5 to 7 tenants at 631 Broadway at any one time, including tenant owner who managed the property carefully and respectfully. Though the case seems to have been reduced by definition by defining a bedroom, it seems likely that the property before the developer made significant alterations was a legal non-conforming use, and the property would seem now simply non-conforming after the extent of the alterations in the interior and exterior of the house, done under a permit application that indicated no exterior modifications. The interior work was performed quickly and substantially to obscure any pre-existing layout. We have had front row seat watching all of this from our home. We are grateful for the vigilance of the Department of Safety and Permits that stopped this first misrepresentation by the developer. I agree fully with Andrew Woodtaker this block cannot support the 21 parking spaces needed for the bedroom count that would be permitted. Were this application granted? One moment. This case is precisely what the IZD was enacted to prevent. It is fortunate that the IZD was in effect at the time of the filing of this permit. The IZD was doing its job to prevent the unsustainable and illegal density level of the residential zoning district. IZDs are put in place to stop development that is detrimental to the character of our neighborhoods. There is no question that the density of 12 bedrooms at this location would be an egregious violation of the neighborhood character and quality of life for us. We agree with the overwhelming neighborhood and professional community's opposition to this appeal. We are grateful for the vigilance of safety and permits and for the recommendation of the city planning staff. We hope the BZA does not undermine the purpose of the IZD and enforcement effort in our community. Thank you. That's the end of that comment. The next comment is in opposition of this application. W. Patrick Baker at 1624 Broadway. The university area IZD requires new off-street space for every new bedroom. The next comment is from Christine Marstani, 1707 St. Charles Street, New Orleans, 70118, opposing item number 2 on 631 Broadway. I'm opposing this appeal by Amicus Properties of NYC, which is seeking to add 5 new bedrooms to the multifamily building at 631 Broadway for a total of 12 bedrooms. I beg the BZA to drive around the Maple and Carrollton area to see the neighborhood is changing for the worse. I will no longer have residents as neighbors, but just college students. There is not a great enough need to turn existing student housing in current unrenovated homes into college dormitories so that these out-of-state companies can make big bucks. It is sad to see these beautiful homes go, and most importantly, the neighbors leave. Only the university area is having such a problem. Please, please help. The next comment is in opposition of the application from Jeffrey Murray at 3430 Octavia Street. all negatives issues related to population density, destruction of historic neighborhoods, parking management, transient residents, etc. In opposition of this application, France Roberts at 7711 Jeanette Street. Please stop allowing D2D from moving forward with its obvious that laws are being broken. This property is adding 5 bedrooms, 5 BR, but only 2 additional parking spots. Our community is struggling with the street parking situation. In opposition of this application, Robert Pumel, 3034 Octavia, oppose. The next comment is in opposition of the application, Lynette Judge, 1512 Audubon Street. I oppose this appeal by Amicus Properties of NYC, which is seeking to add 5 bedrooms to the multifamily building at 631 Broadway for a total of 12 bedrooms. Our neighborhood is being destroyed by doubles to dorms type developments. Also, Amicus has said that they will only add 2 new off-street parking spaces, not the 5 required by the university area IZD. Please enforce the law as set forth in the university area IZD, and the addition of the new bedrooms requires an off-street parking space. http://czio.nola.gov article 19.4A1I, or better yet, do not allow the addition of the development of the 5 new bedrooms. In opposition of this application, Susan Johnson, representing Sally Davis at 2822 LePage Street, NOLA 70119. I oppose Amicus's appeal in the matter of 631 Broadway. In opposition of this application, Susan Johnson, representing Ann Herzog at 2822 LePage Street, NOLA 70119. I oppose Amicus's appeal in this matter of 631 Broadway. In opposition of this application, David Faree, 7621 Burke. I'm writing to say that I oppose what Amicus and others are doing in my Carrollton/University neighborhood by creating doubles to dorms. We have a nice residential quiet neighborhood. With the intrusion of doubles to dorms, it is ruining the fabric of our community. There becomes too great a density of people living in the area. This exacerbates the already tight parking area. Okay, can you wait for a little while, Emily?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next comment in opposition to the application comes from Keith Hardy at 618 Audubon Street. The city claims that determining the number of pre-existing bedrooms under the IZD is difficult. While there may be such situations, in this case, there is no difficulty. The statement under penalty of perjury signed by Mr. Schutzman, which has the same legal authority as an affidavit, clearly states that there were only 7 rooms used as bedrooms at the time Amicus purchased the property, as shown on Mr. Schwartzman's drawing of the structure. That is reasonable, as it allows the units to have living and/or dining rooms, which are customary. It is also consistent with the language of the IZD, which measures existing bedrooms. On the other hand, Amicus's assertion that there were 12 bedrooms at the time of the sale is absurd, as that would mean that there were no living, dining, den, or other general living areas, and would mean that the building had only bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens prior to the sale. When given the choice between a reasonable statement and an absurd one, the board should rely on the reasonable statement. Also, it is unlikely that Amicus was unaware of the IZD at the time the application was filed. The plans dated 3/12/20 state incorrectly, current multifamily property contains 5 apartments with 12 bedrooms total. Why was this statement included if they were unaware of the IZD? Prior to the effective date of the IZD, the number of existing bedrooms was irrelevant. The next comment in opposition to the application comes from Kenneth Jelpe at 7102 Birch. I'm writing in opposition to Amicus's attempt to avoid applicable laws and ordinances by misclassifying rooms. It is imperative that city ordinances be enforced. And most importantly, it needs to be recognized that developers' rights are not greater than the rights of other homeowners. Developers such as this owner have continually attempted to sidestep the law or otherwise avoid its application. The neighborhoods where these investors are operating are under siege. Amicus's efforts are an example of a systemic problem. Virtually every effort is being made by these investors to avoid application of the law, from misrepresentations, as was attempted here, to simply conducting renovations without a permit. Without enforcement, this conduct will only continue and will get worse. The next comment in opposition comes from Susan Johnson at 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70119. I oppose the appeal by amicus. I'm commenting on this issue for the fourth time as a Carrollton native and concerned citizen. Please uphold the spirit of the law as it is represented by the University Area IZD. We do not need another 5 bedrooms in our community. The IZD was built to protect the community from the greed of private investors like amicus. Please do not use this forum to dismantle the law. That is the end of the comments related to this item.
Okay, so there was opposition to this item, and Katie Swartout.
Hi, yes, thank you.
5 minutes to rebut.
Absolutely. Again, I'm not surprised to hear some of this, but since it apparently needs to be stated, the property herein was neither a double and is not becoming a dorm. It's going from 5 rental units to 3 long-term rental units. We're not here to debate, what the previous owner used bedrooms as, but the fact of the matter is it was sold and there's a new property owner. And there was over a month in between the sale of the property to the new owner who occupied it, who had a resident in there, and the enactment of the IZD. So we're here to determine, again, how the IZD is determining what is a bedroom or not. And we've been through it ad nauseum, but needless to say, we understand that when reading the ordinances, the most strict ordinance applies, but we do also appeal to the BZA in remembering that the Louisiana Supreme Court has stated that when there's more than one interpretation of a zoning ordinance, the least restrictive interpretation of that most strict ordinance would apply. That and one other thing is that my client has endeavored to provide 3 additional parking spots regardless of the outcome. I know some of the neighbors think there's apparently 2. I'm not sure where that came from necessarily, but there are 3 that we have been talking to the city about implementing. We just unfortunately don't have a response from the city yet as to whether they've been approved, but we are endeavoring for that regardless of the outcome today. And finally, I will also note the structure at issue is within one of the 2-hour parking zones, and the long-term, at least a year-long leases that are being implemented by my client all require a parking addendum. So you're not allowed to park unless you pay extra for one of the parking spots. So it makes it clear to the residents there that they are not being given parking. They shouldn't expect it. It's a highly dense neighborhood and they shouldn't bring their cars unless they're willing to pay for one of the spots that's on location. With that, again, thank you. If there's any more questions, let me know.
Are there any questions or comments from board members at this time?
I'm not sure if this is for staff. I guess it's for staff. The parking requirements for the neighborhood in terms of like residential permit parking. I mean, just regardless of what happens with the development, if a property doesn't have enough parking and residents bring their car, which is not uncommon, especially in that area, is there a parking permit restriction in the neighborhood? And then also, is it tied to the residents that you're living at. So is there any, maximum number of cars per property?
So that program would be managed by DPW. I don't have a ton of information on it, but I do know that parts of that area do have the 2-hour residential only parking restrictions where you can only park for 2 hours unless you have a residential permit. In order for that to apply, the neighbors, I believe, need to agree that they want to make their street a 2-hour permit zone. I don't know if this particular property is in one of those zones. I do know that several of the zones exist in the university area.
And then just to clarify, you're not changed. The position of DPW or of the staff was not changed after the last update, right? I just was reading through it again. I just want to make sure that I'm 100% clear that you're still going by the strictest designation, right?
That's correct. In this particular case, we think that the most restrictive interpretation would be the one where the two sworn statements, affidavits, what have you, agree on the number of bedrooms. The initial statements from Amicus said 12, the statements from the neighbor said 7. So we went with 7. I do think that in general, that level of information is not going to be present. And in order to provide the board with some of our reasoning, I went through potential interpretations that the department had considered in trying to see the best way to apply the IZD as written.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions from board members? I
The
did have
only
one
question,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, the only question I was going to bring up was coming back to a little bit of our dialogue from last month in terms of how you define the functional use of a bedroom per the building code, and just where are we on that portion of it from the department? And I thought, was it Mr. DeFore was supposed to look at this?
Yep, Mr. Dufour did get a chance to go look at the property. If you'll hang on just a minute, I'll pull up his email again and read it into the record one more time. He said, his email says, I made the site visit today. The grade level basement is 6 foot 8 inches to the bottom of the joist. The existing conditions support the idea that they may have been apartments with bedrooms, but ceilings would not have been code compliant. All of the bedrooms in the new plan appear to meet the requirements for ceiling height, size, and egress. So essentially, I think the issue is by the time that Mr. Dufour was able to view the property, the demolition had progressed and the renovation had progressed such that he wasn't able to see much about the original state, except that they looked like they were likely apartments that likely contained bedrooms.
Right. And I think he's just speaking to this from the standpoint of even if it's gutted and it's 6 foot 8 to the studs, I think that does not meet the minimum requirement. And Commissioner Diaz or Commissioner Alvarez, if I remember correctly, just from building code, I think the minimum height would have to be, it's 7 feet, or is it 7 foot 6?
I think it's 7. Jose probably knows this better than me.
I'm a little rusty on it.
Yeah, I think actually 6'8" is allowed.
In residential.
I think the issue that we're having there is that because they don't meet the flood elevation, then those units had to move up.
Yeah,
correct. But in a previous condition where it would have been used prior to, but then again, that's as if it was renovated after the storm, anything of that capacity, which would have triggered it to be brought into code compliance in order to increase the bed count that was utilized or not. So
Yeah, Todd, I couldn't remember if I know there's two numbers. There's like the average height of the ceiling, and then you can have like lower sections that you pass under. And I couldn't remember whether
it's usually
what number that
20%.
was.
It's 20% of the area could be at the lower height.
Right. For headers and structure and things like that.
Right.
And so debates like this are part of the reason that the department was really hoping to try to find an objective metric by which to apply this. And we think that the sole thing standing in between our ability to do that is because of the term use and because an objective standard wouldn't take into account subjective or actual use, then it's not the most restrictive interpretation. But we do think that, and we put forth a suggestion essentially that was something that we were looking at as part of our deliberations that would essentially say that we could consider any room that met building code and that had characteristics of a bedroom to be a bedroom, but there is the issue of whether that is the most restrictive interpretation of the rule.
No, thanks for that, Clara, because that further cements the point of how can you objectively identify when it's not cataloged appropriately.
And I guess I just have one last question in the applicant's comment about the state requirements for, I don't know if that's a question for Missy or Ashley, whether it's the most restrictive or the least restrictive, if it's a zoning issue. I think she said something about taking the least restrictive by state code, or I don't know.
I'll defer to Missy on that one.
So when there's wait, let me find, I had this prepared, hold on. Let's see. I did not.
And that was the same question that I had too. So that's why I hadn't repeated it. It was kind of getting to what I was going to ask about.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. So there's the state law, Louisiana Revised Statute 3347-27C3C gives the board the authority to provide relief from the strict letter of the comprehensive zoning ordinance if the relief will not violate the spirit of the ordinance. The statute provides, in passing upon appeals where there are practical difficulties or unnecessary hardships in the way of carrying out the strict letter of the ordinance, to vary or modify the application of any of the regulations or provisions of the ordinance relating to the use, construction, or alteration of buildings or structures, or the use of the land, so that the spirit of the ordinance shall be observed, public safety and welfare secured, and substantial justice done. That is from a court case as well, Samuel versus City of New Orleans Board of Zoning Adjustments. And also it was in the footnote, it says, this statute relates to appeals to the board by persons aggrieved by the actions of officers, departments, boards, or bureaus of the municipality. So the Department of Safety and Permits is required to do the most restrictive, go with the most restrictive interpretation. However, you have some leeway when you find that there's practical difficulties, that the spirit of the ordinance is met. However, you know, it's not the most restrictive reading of it. I know that was a lot, sorry.
Thanks, Missy. And just to kind of go back, because I know one of the comments even brought up some points that weren't completely accurate, referencing us being sworn in, which we're not. We don't swear to anything, but we do base our decisions, particularly when it comes to decision appeals. It's the standard of review is determining whether or not there's an error in the decision that the department made. So kind of going to what you just spelled out, in making that determination, we can, what you're saying, Misty, based on what you read through, is that there's some practicality that can be considered in making that determination. Is that
right? Like, you can determine that Safety and Permits made an error in their interpretation because practically it's very difficult to go with that determination, and therefore you find an error.
Got it. Thank you.
And of course, if you were going to do that, you need to carefully lay out why you think that.
Right. Thanks. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? I know there was a lot of trying to understand, so just wanted to make sure whatever questions were there have been addressed. Don't all speak at once.
Is a motion in order, or are we waiting? Okay. So in regards to, sorry, I'm trying to find the number.
It's BZA 085-20.
Thank you. In regards to BZA 0-85, BZA docket 825-20, I move to uphold the decision of safety and permits. I don't know if I need to do any more than that.
I'll second. Alvarez.
Thank you. With regards to docket BZA docket 085-20, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to uphold the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision. A roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez. You're on mute.
Yes.
Thanks. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 3, BZA docket 001-21 for a property located at 2110 Mardi Gras Boulevard. This is a request for a variance in conjunction with subdivision docket number 06920 to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot depth. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval subject to 3 provisos. We did not receive any public comments for this item, therefore no need for rebuttal.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Happy to do it. In regards to docket 0121, I move to, sorry, got too many screens going on at the same time here. Move to accept the staff's recommendations with the noted provisos, if there are any.
There are three.
3 provisos.
Todd James, second.
With regard to docket, BZA docket 001-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 3 provisos. A roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 00221 for the property located at, oh yeah, that's correct, 2110 Mardi Gras Boulevard. This request is for a variance in conjunction also with 6920 subdivision docket 6920 to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot depth. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval with the 3 standard provisos, and there were no public comments received for this item. No need for rebuttal.
Are there any questions or comments from board members?
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move to accept the staff's recommendation for docket number 002-21. And of course, as I jump into it, I now have the wrong PDF open. My apologies. For docket number 002-21, as the staff believes that the 9 criteria have been met, and move for approval of the requested variance of Article 11, Section 11.31A1, Table 11.2A, with the 3 noted provisos.
I'll second. Ramiro.
With regard to docket 002-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 3 provisos. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 5, BZA docket 00321 for the property at 5500 Chef Mentor Highway. This request is for a variance to permit renovations to an existing food processing plant with a recycling container that is not fully enclosed. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval, subject to 1 proviso. There were no public comments received for this item, therefore no need for rebuttal.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Kelly Butler, the staff person on this. May I make a comment just reminding the board that there was an error in the staff report, if that's okay with you?
Oh, yes, proceed.
Okay. There was an error in the staff report that the analysis was regarding enclosing the dumpsters and recycling containers only partially. That was an error, and the staff does recommend that they, if approved by the board, that the waiver be granted to allow no enclosure.
Thank you.
Chair, a motion is in order.
Yes, proceed.
In regards to docket 003-21, I, Jose Alvarez, move to approve the request of waiver of the Articles 23, Section 23.13.8, as accepting the staff recommendations, meeting all 9 criterias with the one proviso.
Alfonso, second.
With regard to BZA docket 003-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to one proviso. Roll vote, Todd James.
Quick note. Do we need to say anything about the report in that, or do we just go the fact that do we need to address the language at all in that motion?
Missy, do we?
I would add with the clarification of the staff that the staff report had an error. I would just add that to the motion, just so it's on there.
Okay.
So should I repeat all of it, or just say that and added the staff clarifications to the changes on the documents?
Yeah, you can just amend your motion to add that to it.
Yeah.
So I closed everything already, sorry. I'll move to the next one.
You can just, all you have to do is just say, that you wish to amend your motion to add in the language.
So I'll amend my motion to add the language and clarifications from the staff regarding the changes to the report.
And I'll second with that amendment.
Thanks. So it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to grant the requested waiver with regards to zoning BZA docket 003-21, with the noted addition of the correction by staff to the staff report, and finding that the 9 criteria have been met with one noted proviso. A roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thanks, sorry. I was looking down, I didn't see. Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 6 for BZA docket 004-21 for the property at 1123 Barone Street. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a multifamily residence with insufficient lot area per dwelling unit, insufficient minimum rear yard, and insufficient off-street parking. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And I believe there were any public comments received. Let me make sure. I can't see the screen.
Yeah, there's one.
There's one public comment.
Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, in opposition of this application, Larry Willis, Linco Incorporated, 6501 Colbert Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. I own the property at 1146 Barone, which has an existing billboard on it for at least 20 years, which is non-conforming because of the zoning change from LI to MU2. Because of this, the billboard cannot be altered in any way. The above applicant doesn't meet 5 of the 9 criteria for minimum lot area and doesn't meet 6 of the 9 criteria for minimum rear yard, and fails to meet 5 of 9 criteria for off-street vehicle parking requirement. Granting this waiver would set the precedent for the following waivers for not meeting more than 50% of the 9 criteria. Having a building this tall doesn't conform with the neighborhood. And as staff on this report, I do want to make a note that, let me just go back up to the staff report here. There was an error with the number of provisos that weren't met for each item. We ended up having to remove them and we didn't correct it in the final statement. So for each of the items, for the, which one is this one for? For minimum lot area, there were actually 4 criteria that weren't met. For minimum rear yard, there were 5 that were not met. And for the off-street parking, there were 4 that were not met. And since there was since there was opposition, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, hi, this is Alec Adamick, and I did speak with Mr. Larry previously, and I was appreciative of him reaching out to me. So I just wanted to mention too, we accidentally, my administrator accidentally sent this proposal to every single neighborhood association in the city of New Orleans, not just the local ones, literally every single neighborhood association. We got very little feedback. Larry was one of the only, and there was no opposition effectively. Larry was one of the only people that did come reach out to me. I had a nice phone call with him, and he did say, like, in principle, he doesn't object to the program here. He thinks it's a wonderful idea, but that he was concerned that, you know, his billboard would become less valuable if this building was built. So I appreciate him having that comment in opposition. So that's just what I would like to say about that. And then, yeah, I would be happy to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just to clarify that, is he the owner of that billboard that you see as you're coming down the interstate or down the 90 towards the bridge?
Yes, correct. Across the street from the proposed lot.
Got it. Yeah, looking at it. All right. And then is this parcel abutting the other New Orleans Mission parcels? Like, is it one? It's not one property though, right? It's a
it is not. No, it's its own lot of record at this point. But it does abut, and the building directly adjacent to it on Barone Street is currently, the program of that building is women. It's basically the women's mission, for lack of a better term. So there's, you know, support services in there, a kitchen, and some areas to sleep in. And then the main mission that you kind of think about when you think about the New Orleans Mission is actually on O.C. Haley, but that's men only. Okay, to be clear.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about it. We're looking at one single property, not it's a really almost a campus of not. Careful how I use that word. It's a series of buildings on that block that are all connected, and I'm just wondering if the staff took that into account, or if that makes a difference in the review of this property.
So that was a question for staff. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was the question?
I was asking, given that the building is part of this larger the mission in that area, that was it the adjacencies to its own property and other uses in that area. I know we're looking at one property, but would it change, or would we be looking at these differently if it was a larger kind of taking all that into context? Some of the requirements here.
Joanna, would you be able to answer that?
I mean, I guess my answer to that would be that my understanding is the scope of the BZA review is like specific to the proposed development and the lot. And I think that this application could be heard within a larger context through sort of a campus development plan or an affordable housing plan development. But my understanding is that through the BZA review, it's more narrow, but open to be.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. I just was wondering, because I don't know if there's any advantages to looking at it through that lens.
And actually, hey, Commissioner Diaz, I'm a concur with Joanna. My concern when I initially saw this application, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to comment earlier, I think the AHPD and other formats like that is the more appropriate venue to deal with this, or like she mentioned in a campus development plan. I think because it's currently proposed as a single lot of record, it makes it really hard to look at it holistically without it truly being applied for within a campus plan. Also, if we went down this rabbit hole of just approving it as it's currently proposed, we would be creating a pretty large precedent threshold of density on a lot. And while we understand its intended use, it's, again, what happens if the property changes hands 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? How does its functional use exist then? So I think if it's applied for within the proper venue, much like a AHPD, considering its functional use, a lot of the waivers may come into place. Case in point, the 50%, I think there's a provision within the AHPD for 50% waivers on parking. I think the density requirements change. There's a lot of elements that's there to help to lower the threshold or the bar for this type of project to exist.
Thanks, Todd. I think you more eloquently said what I was thinking, and that's kind of where I was at.
Yeah. Because obviously, I mean, unlock the area and they're require, square footage per unit, basically. I'm with you. As it relates to, maybe transitional living, I wonder if, like, is this measure basically for multifamily? Is that a measuring in which does this require 800 square feet per dwelling unit? I guess that's a question for staff. That's that. What is this measured under a unit? What kind of unit, like a one bedroom or studio? To me, it seems that particularly this type of program where you have transitional living, where it's a smaller accommodation because you want people to actually be in more common areas, and then doing kind of the type of activities that create family and trust. I just wonder that this 100 square foot per dwelling unit comes from probably would be more traditional multifamily. So anyway, something to think about. Maybe.
I'm sorry, Jose, I can't understand you at all. It's like a robot. Is anyone else having that? Is that just me?
Yeah, I heard it too. I think we need everybody to be muted. So it's somebody that's not muted that's distorting it, I think, because this has happened before.
Yeah, I had a really hard time. I don't think I understood, but 30% of what you just said. So I don't know if anyone else had that problem too.
Okay, sorry. And I also have a bad connection.
Still
It's
like a robot.
Yeah, I think it's you.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, I don't know if you may want to log out and log back in, Jose, and see if that'll clear your connection.
Can we, and because Commissioner Alvarez was in the middle of an explanation, can we just maybe take a 2-minute recess to allow him to reconnect?
Do we need to take a vote, Missy, for that recess, or?
No, let's just go ahead and pause. It's not, we're just going to pause while he does that and comes back and he just lets him.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
All right. It was the internet ghost that was taking over my computer. Are we back in session? I last heard that. Okay. No, my question was just generally looking at the established guidelines in which, the minimum lot area is actually, defined in this case by the use as to being 800 square feet per dwelling unit, right? So my question just, and right now, basically the proposed is 200 versus, with a quite significant waiver. But just thinking about generally, when you think about transitional living, units are smaller in nature, the type of spaces that are supported for living units are generally more common spaces, right? Like mission functions, right? You have larger community spaces, kitchen, and I haven't seen, we haven't seen the actual floor plans of any of this, but I just wonder if there needs to be some consideration as this moves forward, even, suggested the larger master plan approach is that units might not necessarily need to be this large for this particular use. This seems to be more appropriate as we, think about just normal multifamily. Anyway, just something to think about as this thing develops. It just triggers to me that, I worked for the mission before and doing volunteer work and helping them out there. And I understand that it's a little bit different way to look at things as a sense of what is more appropriate for that particular client use and the type of things they're doing. So I'm in absolute support of the project, but I do think that, I agree that the requested waivers are quite steep, and I think hopefully there's ways we can make this work.
And I concur with Commissioner Alvarez on that.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question I have for Alex is, it seems that the design-wise, you could, if we follow the criteria, you could meet every waiver, maybe other than the parking, right? You can take units out, and I know, it must be the right number, the size, all that, but, I would love to this project to continue forward, but I wonder if, like, on your end, your client, they can kind of lower the density, reduce, which by reduced density, you probably get back your rear backyard. So there'll be a conversation of parking. And then I would think that, interestingly, you think about it, parking, for this type of use, it might not, you're not going to need spaces per unit, basically, right? Because it's a different type of living arrangement. So it might be an easier thing to consider. Just something.
So yeah, I think that's, again, we've been working with the mission now for a number of years, trying to kind of find this program. And the great news is that we believe that we probably have funding to build a building like this once this kind of goes through. And so we've been partnering with the mission, trying to come up with different concepts of how this could be built here. And so, one of the big questions has always been, how would us going through a BZA application, would parking be something that we really do need to consider? What would be the board's take on that? So even getting feedback on that today would be extraordinarily valuable, just so that as we're kind of planning in the future and moving forward, if we're not granted all the waivers, it would be helpful to know what the board might consider on that. In terms of the rear yard setback, I'm sure I can shave some square footage out of this building, and tighten it up a little bit and meet that rear yard setback. I think we're just establishing it with the open space requirement, not with the rear yard setback. So that's why that's at that 15 feet instead of 20 feet. And then, the density, I would say, is like, that's almost the more important one. And, there's a couple of things too that I might just bring up that I didn't really address in my application, which is that, if you look at the property viewer, you can see that some of the land was actually expropriated from the parcel at some point, right, to make way for the off-ramp of the expressway. And when we were going through the design review committee, because we were in an enhancement corridor. So again, they had some concerns about the massing of the building as well. And it does look like there's like a number of lots that are controlled by DOTD adjacent to the mission there. I think that the mission actually is probably using them. And so, could this be masked a different way? Could we, go through it again? At some point, I was kind of, I had a meeting with the city and the city planner on duty, and this is kind of the scheme that we kind of talked through and said, would this be okay? How onerous is this? And they said, okay, well, you can certainly go for it. So we did, and then after we had completed all of the NPP process and kind of the heavy lifting of this application, they came back and I had a meeting with the director of planning, and they kind of were suggesting that looking at this as a campus plan might make more sense. I was like, well, this is pro bono work, and we've already done so much of it at this point. We wanted to at least go ahead and go through this process and have this BZA meeting. There's certainly efficiencies when you can start getting this dense, right? And so again, we did, Stuart Stoller is an architect that's been volunteering, and he spent most of his career practicing in California doing similar buildings. And he said that, for these to really, makes sense, spreading them out typically doesn't make sense. Like, you really need to start really looking at every single efficiency you can create within this design, just because, again, it's supportive housing at the end of the day. So every dollar is really going to count. Anything that we can do to make it more efficient is helpful. Anything that we can do to make it more dense is helpful, within reason.
I think the thing that's still a biggest point of just, it's harder for me to still look at this is, even though it's being shown as massing, is, the actual plan hasn't been, I don't see a actual floor plan. So it's still.
Yeah, I apologize. I think that something has been developed at this point. Again, it's volunteer work, and maybe that wasn't submitted properly, but it's going to be a series of 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom units. Each unit would have its own kitchen, just so you know. So the idea is that this very much is kind of more independent. It's not, bedrooms with a communal kitchen. It's much more, it's like a living kitchen with 1 bedroom, even though it would be this idea that it'd be women with their children, but it would still be like 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. And that's always been the intent. Again, this is our second complete design of a building here. And that was, given that program was defined by the mission that they would like a series of 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms, about 50%, 50-50. And the corner, the buildings, the units in the middle would be 1 bedroom, and the units on the outside would be the 2-bedroom.
But so again, we're going through a legal mechanism here to review this and to try to constructively give an opinion. But we don't even have all of the details. So we're going based off of your word versus what's documented in order for it to be protected. So it's a volume that's being shown without any real true level of clarity of why it needs to be that size and scale. Just providing a volume triggers too many more questions. So, there's that, and understand some of the merits you're trying to present is some of the merits that's being presented to counter the argument of why to approve it versus not, but nothing in plan is actually shown to support that. So again, I think I would have seen this as a more of an incomplete application at this time. When this was actually reviewed, it just makes it very hard for me to feel any level of comfort to consider something different. Because I could think of a lot of legal mechanisms or just some legal language that we could probably throw into this to try to help support the application. We could easily put in a deed restriction that, let's say if the units were a different capacity, that if it was to ever change hands, that the configuration would need to go back to whatever the inherent zoning would allow density wise. There's a lot of tools and resources that exist, but it's really hard to push it when there's no information.
Yeah, I agree, Todd. And just looking at that issue with the parcel, how the building sits on the parcel with the right of way, that to me is a pretty clear. You know, if I hadn't looked at property view, I wouldn't have recognized that. So I would recommend personally, and I don't know if I'm stepping on anybody, but it might be worth deferring this and get a little bit more on paper.
And if it's gonna, I would say if it's gonna be deferred, I would push it out 2 months because I think not all administrative remedies have really been considered. Again, I know I'm doing an AHP day application for a client now, and that there's mechanisms that's out there that really do push to support this type of use.
2 months would be helpful, guys. To be honest, that'd be great. 1 month might not be an adequate amount of time for us to do the work, you know, just because again, it is pro bono. It's being done on nights and weekends effectively.
Say again, you kind of jumped over when I was talking. What did you ask?
I apologize. I was just saying 2 months would be good for us because we would need, you know, 1 month would be too soon because again, it's being done on nights and weekends effectively.
Well, I think there's a lot of time and research that still needs to go into what you're proposing. So yeah, I think at minimum 60 days or 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also arm yourself, Alex, just thinking about like the whole parking thing and kind of maybe statistically understand what is the type of density of vehicles in a program as such. Like what is the emissions typically of residents living in these facilities, if they're actually own cars, and you know, that kind of stuff that will allow us to make an informed decision of whether if there's going to be some variances on parking, what will be acceptable or not, or whether, you know, the mission has, you know, I know they own the site across the street, the larger site on the corner, whether that can, you know, effectively be used for parking or something. I don't know.
And what is just out of curiosity here, what is the BZA typically, there's all that parking, you know, underneath the expressway right there as well. So if we were able to secure a letter of intent to allow for like a long-term lease, would that be adequate? Or what typically would be an acceptable offsite parking to present to the board?
Emily or one of the staff folks, can y'all answer to that? I know that we've done them in the past, and I think it's within 300 feet of the site, I believe, that you have to provide some type of parking. Is that correct, Emily? I see a head nod, so I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's correct. Within 300.
So this is Bob.
And
I would just comment that there are particular provisions in the zoning ordinance that that provide for off-site parking. So if this is a site that qualifies for that circumstance, then yes, it's something that could be entertained. And I think that that's a conversation with the Department of Safety and Permanency, it's just the zoning administrator, to determine whether this is an eligible property for that, whether the circumstances are appropriate. And to the extent that it is not, or that there is a that a variance would be needed in order to effectuate that, then it would be appropriate to come back to this board for consideration of a variance in that regard. But it's not a situation where the Board of Zoning Adjustments can kind of negotiate the things that are outside the scope of the variance that is before them. So that's the only thing that I would direct that to Nick Kindle.
Okay.
I like when Mr. Rivers comes in that way. Appreciate it, Bob. So once again, coming back to that, Alex, I mean, it's again, all of the legal remedies that are available to you and to your client. I think you need to spend a little bit more time reviewing the CZO to see what options really exist, instead of just coming just straight to this position right now, to this request. So, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Sorry, I couldn't get my
Mic unmuted, yes. Are there any other questions from board members? Proceed with your motion, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, my motion is for a 60-day deferral to allow the applicant and the owner time to confer with planning staff and safety and permits to evaluate all administrative remedies for docket number 004-21.
Mara Egan, second.
With regard to docket 004-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to defer the matter 60 days. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. It's 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 7, BZA docket 00521 for the property at 1216 Carolick Street. This request is for a variance to permit the conversion of a single-family residence to a two-family residence with insufficient lot width. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and I don't believe there were any public comments received for this item, so no need for rebuttal.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
The only note I would wanted to make, I noticed that in the staff report, there was a question mark on the 1459 Henriette DeLeo lot. I think that was 20 feet in width. I think if just looking at the characteristics of that project, I think that's a single family. Just thought it was pertinent to maybe bring that point up.
Yeah, I think the reason why the question mark was left as is it was a little bit unclear between what the assessor's website data gave and what the street view gave us. It was, I was just not 100% sure of if it was a single family house or not. So I prefer to keep it as a question mark.
Yeah, no, and look, I appreciate just because it was not clear, but just that was just based off of what I was looking at, just checking myself.
Yep.
Because I was curious to see how did it really break out to singles versus doubles and multifamilies as you had it broken down in your spreadsheet. So just thought it's pertinent, even though that's just one property. I think it's valuable information considering the application and as the staff provided the report. So Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to docket number 005-21, I'd like to accept the staff's report as it believes that the 9 criteria have not been met for the request for variance on Article 9, Section 9.3A, Table 9.2, minimum lot width, as it failed to meet the 6 of the 9 criteria, move for denial.
Ramiro seconds.
With regard to docket 005-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to follow staff's recommendation and deny the requested waiver as it finds that the 9 criteria have not been met. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes, 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Do I need to, Missy, do I need to read the property information for BZA docket 0061, 00621.
Hey, you can
That
just
one
note,
is the one that's deferred to the next meeting.
no, we can just note that it's, that zoning docket 00621 is deferred to the next meeting.
Okay. So the next item number 8, BZA docket 00621 for the property at 1129 North White Street has been deferred to the February 8th, 2021 meeting. We will now begin with the new business for the safety and permit decision appeals. The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 00721. It is an appeal of the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 2021060 RNVS for the structural renovation of an existing two-family residence in the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District. And there were comments received for this item. Let me get over to that screen. In support of this application, Chunlin Leonard, 1414 Audubon Street. I support the appeal of Robert Strain against the Department of Safety and Permits clearly erroneous issuance of permit for 7612 through 14 Birth Street. The permit would allow Amicus, an out-of-town developer, to turn a historic double shotgun with 4 bedrooms into a 2-story mini student dorm with 8 bedrooms without providing a single off-street parking space in a historic residential district, a historic two-family residential district. The DSP's issuance of permit violated the City Council Motion M2080 and the city's zoning laws. Motivated by a sense of urgency because of the rapid destruction of the integrity of the historic neighborhoods, the City Council resorted to emergency measures on March 5th, 2020 to create an interim zoning district, IZD, in the specified university neighborhood to require off-street parking spaces for an increase of bedrooms with Motion 2080. The only exception is for applications determined to be complete and received prior to adoption of such motion. The DSP agrees that for an application to be complete, it must include a complete set of architectural plans. The developer's application for the subject property was not filed and completed prior to March 5th, 2020. The date of the adoption of the IZD as noted on the face of the motion 2080. Under the law, the motion becomes effective on the date of its enactment. In addition, the developer failed to file the complete set of architectural plans. The application loaded on One Stop app shows only one sheet of paper with the layout of the existing floor plan of the property. The DSP's internal emails demonstrate that Amicus did not submit a complete set of architectural plans for the property until late April 3rd, 2020, almost a month later. The application is far from being complete, and as defined by the DSP's own policy and guidelines governing the issuance of building permits. Therefore, Amicus's application is subject to IZD. The DSP's issuance of the permit violates the city's zoning laws and regulations and undermines the legislative intent of the City Council in enacting Motion 2080. Please enforce the zoning laws and reverse the DSP decision. Thank you. Next comment, Patrick Baker, 1424 Broadway Street. Application for work permit was submitted too late. Next comment, in support of this application, Christine Marstany, 7107 St. Charles Street, New Orleans, 70118. I support the appeal by neighbor Rob Strain. In support of this application, Jeffrey Murray at 3430 Octavia Street. In support. Next comment, in support of this application, Robert Pamel, 3430 Octavia Street. support. Next comment, in support of this application, Marie Gal, 625 Pine Street, Unit 4. I very strong support of Robert Strain's appeal. In very strong support of Robert Strain's appeal. Sorry. Next comment, in support of this application, Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119, representing Willie and Olivia Clark. On November 15th, 2020, in a videotape conversation with Jill Fitzpatrick and Andy Dalvicio, talked to Olivia and Willie Clark about the construction at 7612 Burt, next door to their home they have owned since 1970s. The Clarks gave their permission to submit their comments to the city. Willie Clark, 55 years. I've been here that long. I've been here that long because I have nowhere else to go. I didn't want to go pay no high rent because I'm on a fixed income. I'm a handicapped person, you understand. I leave out of here at certain times. I've got to go to the grocery store or go to the doctor. Sometimes I come back and I don't have no parking place in front of the house. And it happens more and more. See, the people in that house on the corner, and he points, they park out here and say they here for days. They stay in one place and they don't move. And I go to the grocery and come back with a couple of bags of food and different stuff, and that spot's gone. I've got to park way down the street. Then I have to go through the city, and the city don't give you no response right away. They don't, because I knew that the years I've been here, a lot of things I've asked the city to get done, I've had no response on. Some other people owned the house or rented it out. I don't know if they were college students or people having parties or what, but they came here and they stayed here. They stayed in there. There were some rowdy people in there. 3 o'clock in the morning, they climbed out through the window of the house and everything. I don't know what might happen now. I don't know what might happen. I wonder if the city would have control over it if the rowdy come on at that time of the morning. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the college students have a shakedown or something, a party or something out there. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're fixing up the house for. They're out-of-state people. They're fixing up the house and they got control over it and they're not going to be living there. Olivia Clark speaking, they're just looking for money. They don't want to worry about nobody. That's the way I see it. All right, that's the end of that comment. The next comment, in support of this application, Lynette Judge, 1512 Audubon Street. I support Robert Strain's appeal in this matter. Please stop doubles to dorms type developments that are destroying our neighborhoods. Next comment, in support of this application, J. David Faree, 7621 Birth Street. I'm in support of this appeal by Robert Strain concerning the house at 7612 through 14 Birth Street. With the intrusion of doubles to dorms, it is ruining the fabric of our community. There becomes too great of a density of people living in the area. This exacerbates the already tight parking area. Please enforce the IZD on no new bedrooms without additional parking. Often floor plans submitted by the city list bedrooms by their names, such as a TV room, den, solarium, I can't say that, study, etc. Please don't be duped by this. They sometimes lack a closet, thus circumventing the current definition of a bedroom. This city is known for bedrooms that don't have closets, which is more common than not. Besides, it is very easy to add a closet after the inspections have been made. This is often done by reversing the hall closet door to an open door into a bedroom. There are already 2 doubles to dorms on my block. Besides the parking issues, there are noise and parking issues, not to mention the trash they leave behind. Next comment in support of the application, Susan Johnson representing Sally Davis, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I support Robert Strain's appeal. Next comment in support of this application, Susan Johnson representing Ann Herzog, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I live 2 blocks from this address. I wholeheartedly support Robert Strain's appeal. We do not need commercial developments such as Amicus Properties in our neighborhood. Next comment in support of this application, Kenneth Gelpe, 7102 Birch Street. I'm writing in support of the appeal. It is imperative that the law and ordinances of the city be enforced. It is similarly vital that the rights of the neighboring homeowners be recognized and respected. Contrary to what some may argue, the rights of the developers are not greater than those of other citizens, particularly natives. The developer's application for the subject property was not filed and complete prior to March 5th, 2020, the date of the adoption of the IZD, as noted on the face of the motion 2080. It is well established under Louisiana law, the IZD became effective on the date of its enactment. For that reason alone, the application should have been denied. In addition, the developer failed properly to file a complete application, including required documentation such as a complete set of architectural plans. The application loaded on One Stop app shows only a two-page application form. The DSP's internal emails prove this point by showing that Amicus did not submit a complete set of architectural plans until April 3rd, 2020, almost a month after the IZD went into effect. The DSP's issuance of the permit is in clear violation of the city's zoning laws and regulations, including the IZD. The next comment is in opposition of the application. Heather Elizabeth, 325 North St. Patrick Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I support the appeal by Robert Strain regarding the new business item number 9, docket number 00721, 7612 through 7614 Birch Street. In opposition of this application, this is the next comment, Andy Dalvicio, MD 900 Fern Street, 70118. The construction at 7612 through 7614 Birch Street continues the emerging trend of doubles to dormitories. This construction has already caused major inconveniences and damage to the neighbors. The practices of the architect and developers are dubious at best. I vehemently oppose the current structure proposed for this address. And that is the end of the comments for this item. Since there was opposition, the applicant has 5 minutes to rebut.
Valerie?
Yes.
Sorry to interject. I think that somebody, this most recent comment from Dr. Dalvicio, I think he submitted an opposition by mistake. But
Okay.
it appears that he is actually in support of the appeal.
Okay. All right. So no need for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from board members?
I have a question, sorry, as representative of the property owner, are we allowed a minute or two of a quick rebuttal to the comments in favor of this appeal, which is against the property owner?
I don't know if staff or Missy, if you want to kind of explain the rebuttal piece. I know it's a little tricky when it's an applicant that's not the property owner.
Right. Generally, it's just when there's the opposite of the actual applicant. I think we have the board has given a minute or two of rebuttal in past cases, but it's really up to the discretion of the board.
So, Madam Chair, I guess if I don't have any opposition to her, just if she could keep her comments brief to 2 minutes so that we could continue with the review.
I think in the past, did we have to take a motion, Misty, or did we just allow the person to speak? I just want to follow whatever.
I'm pretty sure we suspended the rules at least the last time. So why don't we go ahead and do that?
Okay. So
we would need a motion to suspend the rules.
Yeah, Madam Chair, what number are we on now?
This is item number 9007-21.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for Todd James, for 007-21, would like to suspend the rules to give the property owner's representative, I'll say 3 minutes of time to speak in response to some of the comments as provided through the public comment window.
Albert, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to suspend the rules and grant the property owner time to speak. I believe the time was 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Thanks. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.
Thank you. I don't expect to even need 3 minutes. I just, in light of some of the comments, wanted to reiterate that the property owner submitted their application by hand, including the architectural plans, on March 5th of 2020, about 2 hours before the IZD went into effect. It's been well established that CZO Article 19.3.C.4 explicitly states that the IZD does not go into effect until the motion has been voted on and passed. Further, this issue has been looked into by the Department of Safety and Permits back in April, hence that chain of emails to make sure that it was submitted timely and properly. It has been reviewed again by the city for this hearing today. It has been submitted in full before the IZD went into effect. So if you have any additional comments or questions, I'd be glad to answer those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members at this time?
Everything that was provided for in the application is within the packet, correct? That'd be a question to staff. Well, to safety and permits, sorry.
I'm sorry, what exactly was the question? Everything provided with the application when it was originally submitted was included in the packet, or?
When it was originally submitted, what was provided?
Okay, so to kind of take a step back, this application was submitted in March of 2020. So this was kind of as the city was slowly recovering from the cyber attack. So at that time, you were not able to apply for a permit online like you're normally able to do. So people had to come into City Hall to submit their applications in person. At that time, we had just started moving away from kind of reviewing things entirely on paper to, as applications came in, uploading the materials into Llama and then reviewing it in our permit database. So at the time, the application was submitted in person on paper. The items that were immediately uploaded into Llama included the application form, the contract, benchmark certificate, business documents as well.
Nick, I'm gonna come back. It's a very simple question. What documents were submitted on that date in March?
So I think the plans also were submitted on March. It's hard to tell because at that time we were not allowing people to come in with, you know, a flash drive with the plans and upload full size, you know, architectural plans. They had to submit the plans on paper in person. So given our scanning capabilities, there would have been no way for someone to come in with a complete full size plan set and for that to be scanned in Llama. So I would have to go back and look at our file room to see if we've got, you know, full size plans that were submitted at that time. What I can say is based on some pieces of evidence, it appears that the architectural plans were also submitted on that March 5th date. For example, when we go into Llama, we can see one of the requirements when you submit an application that the permit analysts take a look at is our architectural plan submitted, and they had checked the box at that time that yes, architectural plans were submitted. And I've got a screenshot available that I can show you all. I believe that would require a motion to suspend the rules. In addition, the plans were dated from, I think, January 2nd were the date on the plans that were initially submitted. So based on, you know, when the architect, you know, drew up the plans and stamped the plans, that was, you know, the beginning of July. So it appears the plans would have been available for them to submit at the time. It doesn't mean that they did in fact submit the plans, but the plans were dated January 2nd, 2020. And then the last piece in the same email that the appellant reference where, you know, I was asking for the full plan set, and that the architect said, you know, he submitted the application and the full plan set on March 5th. It's just those plans did not get uploaded into Llama to be able to be reviewed by everyone until approximately a month later.
Okay.
So the short answer.
So I'm trying to just kind of keep it to where we were on that part. So here's the other question. The department has a standard memo by which that they follow in terms of what is deemed a complete application for a building permit. And I know that there's some specific requirements outlined within that memo. Considering that there's a lot of speculation as opposed to what was actually received on that date, I would like to see the documentation of what was, if it's on paper in a folder, to get an idea of what was actually received then, and reviewing it in accordance with that standard memo of how plans are received and accepted by the department.
Okay, but yeah, that sounds good. I can go back and look at our paper records to see if we do have that file and the plans submitted with that file.
And look, Nick, don't take this as me beating up on you. I'm just trying to keep it succinctly to, there's a standard procedure that your department goes by. That's known, that's been out there at least since 2015 of what's deemed as acceptable. That's the first level versus what was actually received on hand. I think that helps to clarify all of this, because everything else we're just making speculation around what's the level of completeness, when was it actually received, when was it produced, when was it recorded. If you have a folder in a department of when it was in hand, I think that's what's more important at this point of the argument.
Okay, and yeah, I agree. There's no question about what the department's requirements are, and we do have the memo, and I linked to it in my report. And yes, if the plans were submitted, that's, you know, key component of what makes a complete application. And if they were not submitted, the application would have been incomplete at that time. I will say that, yeah, when this was submitted, it was a very, let's say, chaotic time with the department, and we were kind of making up new policies and procedures to kind of deal with the cyber attack. But yeah, and just speaking from my own personal experience, we had documents that had been submitted, got misplaced, showed up later. So even I would say,
I totally get it, because
so
I've witnessed it for clients, and I've witnessed it on previous projects, even I think with even some BZA applications that we've discussed in the past as we went through that duration of time. So I just think it's important for us to have that so it's not an argument based off of assumptions.
Yeah, and you might find, I mean, typical, like, you know, we do it in my practice. We every time we submit something to the safety and permits, it comes with a transmittal that lists all the documents that you're including. So, if you know, you should have that, and the architect should have that as well as, you know, a document.
Okay, yeah, I'll do additional research, and assuming you all vote to defer this for a month, I'll, you know, provide the report back of what information I was able to find, as well as any supporting documents with that at the next report.
Okay. Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, I proceed, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, regards to docket 007-21, I'd like to move for a 30-day deferral to allow the department time to research all documents on hand so that we could make sure that we have everything available for our review.
I'll second that. Diaz.
With regard to docket 007-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the matter 30 days,
Yes.
Mr. James,
Yes,
to get all proper documents in hand. Roll vote, Todd James,
yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay, we will now begin with the new business for any other matters. The next item is item 10. Item 10 asks for the board's consideration to amend the 2021 meeting schedule. As background, the staff proposes to hold BZA meetings to the third Monday of the month, beginning with the March meeting, as it means to better distribute our staff's workload in light of the mandated furloughs and significant attrition. Note that this would not include the December meeting, which would remain on the second Monday due to holidays. Would the board consider a motion to suspend the rules to amend the 2021 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting schedule?
And I think we may have suspended the rules earlier, so I don't think we need to do that again. Correct, Missy?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
They just need to vote on approving it if they.
Okay, so would the board consider a motion to adopt the amended 2021 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting schedule?
Madam Chair, I, Todd James, would like to provide a motion to accept the new calendar for the 2021 BZA schedule.
I just wanted to make sure there were no questions before voting. I guess not, so go ahead.
Sorry, I know I just kind of jumped ahead. Trying to get people out by 2 o'clock for the first time in a long time.
I understand.
No.
Okay, you're good.
Thank you.
I'll second. Ramiro Diaz.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to amend our calendar as stated. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Aye.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item 11, considerations, changes to variance applications required, attachments, and Emily has explained this. Did you want to elaborate on that, Emily?
Yeah, and I'll share that little PowerPoint once more so you have a visual. All right. So I think we discussed this earlier in the meeting during the first half of the meeting. And I just wanted to, and maybe this is a Missy question as well, but the language that's shown on the PowerPoint screen right here, that's just sort of our proposal, but I want to make sure that our staff isn't limited to this language. I think signs and parking pads might be good candidates for this as well. So I want to ensure that we have flexibility when the variance is not related to the main structure.
So if you want it to be more broad, then they would just have to make it actually more broad and say exactly what you just said. When it's not related to the main structure, the staff has more flexibility. And they can ask, they don't have to take in this information, but they can, or something along the lines of what you're writing in here. But if you do want for fences and other things like that, you should just say anything not related to the main structure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And the language relating to site plan review is not changed. That would be right.
Correct. Okay. That would not change at all. What I'm showing on the screen under the site plan, that would be left alone. So we would still request site plan of the entire lot showing property lines, all buildings or structures with distance to property line indicated, all off-street parking areas, driveways, interior streets, paving, mechanical equipment, or other surfaces should be shown and dimensioned. So that would remain and be untouched.
Okay. The only concern I have is just making sure that this language doesn't cause us to have issues like the application on Barone Street. I know that's an open item and deferred, but just in cases like that where I think it's still very appropriate that a floor plan is still provided in some capacity and before we even see it as a board.
Todd, and I just want to say that floor plan was included. We just didn't include it. So that was a staff error.
Okay.
The applicant.
And Valerie, was that included in the Granicus packet? It just wasn't included on the PowerPoint?
I don't know. I didn't put the Granicus packet together, but I did put the PowerPoint together. And I know that I left it out by mistake. So I apologize.
Thank you.
I don't think there's a floor plan in the actual package. And I'm not talking about just slide presentation, not that. This is strictly about what was in our packet from the applicant, which would have been all completed documents. And in that case, it was just a value, it was just a footprint and elevations, not a floor plan was not provided by the applicant.
Yeah, I concur, Todd.
Okay, well, yeah, that is what we received.
I guess I'm wondering, like, I would encourage people to include these things, even if they're not necessarily required, but it may run the risk of them having to come back if there's issues related to the main building that, So, I mean, having the staff reserving the right to request it is good, but I'm just thinking about some of the lazy folks that, don't put enough information sometimes in their drawings.
So, I mean, I'll go a step further. There's been times when we're looking at parking pad placement, and it doesn't necessarily properly coordinate with the floor plan. Okay, so we'll see floor plans where the stair is not necessarily shown correctly or how it corresponds to the building and in its functional use. And that's all really valid information, I think, if we're looking, some of it are looking at it through a true design lens and to really understand how a floor plan is put into use. So I think there's some level of importance.
So just like when with the Children's Hospital thing, when you just didn't take up things. If you
Mhm.
choose to not want to do this, you just don't take it up. Just letting y'all know.
And if I could just chime in, internally as staff, we had discussed two different options for this. So the first is that we actually update the application form to essentially exempt certain types of variance applications. The other alternative was we could leave the application form as is, but if an applicant reached out just saying, you know, like, I'm having a lot of trouble like getting a floor plan, or, you know, why do I have to submit a floor plan? Maybe we could take a closer look at that specific application and make a, you know, a determination of whether or not they need to submit a floor plan or an elevation. So that's another thought if the board is more comfortable with that, or neither.
Can we get back just to that slide because it's split screen between the two? Just go to the next slide.
Can you see it?
Oh, yeah, I was just waiting on the text box to go away. Okay. I'm fine with the language. I just want to make sure that just on a staff level that we really take a better dive at it at times, just to make sure that when it is applicable, let's make sure we do request this. And I'm saying that just to avoid understanding the limit of staff's resources at this time, especially with our last motion on the calendar, that we take into consideration, hey, don't start going down a rabbit hole of reviewing an application that does not have all of the pertinent details that the board may deem necessary to review. Then you guys go through the effort of writing a first report, then having to come back later because we may have deferred it due to a lack of information. That's where that's the lens I'm looking at it through.
That's kind of my same thought. I just want to make sure that we're not going to put ourselves in a situation where we may end up having to delay because we don't have the necessary information. I don't know if maybe language could be added to just say that in the situations where staff request this information, that it's done by a certain point, you know, just to make sure it doesn't kind of slow up the review of the request.
Because this is going to trigger an automatic deferral. All right. Madam Chair, I don't mind making a motion to accept it as it's proposed, but I'm gonna just challenge back to the staff to be diligent. So, Madam Chair, with that, I would make a motion to accept consideration to change the variance application required attachments. I, Ty James, make that motion. Sorry, trying to follow the rules, Chairwoman.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to amend the application rules as provided and shared by staff. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Are there any other items?
Just want to ask Commissioner Rufo, if at any time, if your daughter wants to come hang out for my Zoom meeting, she's welcome. I need somebody who's going to add some fun and laughs to my calls, all right?
It's more fun when it's virtual, certainly, than coming into a in-person meeting. But yeah, happy to oblige.
And you couldn't see my little distraction, but she was running around as well. I'm sure you may have heard her excitement a few times. She's a little shorter than yours, Matt.
All right, would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Todd James move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo to adjourn today's meeting. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez, Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 7 yays, no nays. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and hope you all have had a happy new year and it continues.
Thank you.